All right, recording. Justin, what's up, man?
Hi, Zach.
Great to see you again. It's been, I think, a year. I saw you Lightbox, right?
Yeah, last light box. Um, that was a pretty good time.
Yeah, you're going again this year, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Cool.
Um, it's
Is
always a
I
good time there.
is Iris coming too?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Yeah,
So,
we'll get dinner or something.
yeah, awesome.
Yeah, so
Um,
we've been friends for a while, but I don't know too much about like how you got your start and all of that. So it'd be cool for you to kind of start in the beginning. Like, what was your childhood like, and how did you first start getting into art?
yeah, likewise, uh the same thing. Um, just we've been friends for a while. I also don't know much about you, to be honest, besides from all the other interviews, and haven't spent too much time together.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, as far as my childhood goes, I grew up in a small neighborhood outside of like northeast Philly, pretty up there in the suburbs. Um, and it was a pretty enclosed space, and there's a lot of kids, like a lot of kids, and it was pretty awesome in that way because you could run around and uh, have a good time. And I'm still friends with a lot of these guys.
Did you get into
Um,
trouble as like a kid doing mischievous stuff?
yeah, all the time. There's so much from just messing around in the creek, public swimming pool. Um, it like I've talked to quite a few people recently, and I didn't realize like how special each person's like childhoods were, um, and just different experiences and everything. Um, so I don't know. It was just interesting. I didn't understand how different people's backgrounds were. So trying to like plant the scene. It's like all brick duplexes, um, good families, good community, good childhood friends. So
Yeah.
um,
Was there something
yeah,
in your childhood,
right.
like were you always an artist? Did you like have a sketchbook growing up?
Yeah, absolutely. I had sketchbooks where like uh hold on, let me think. Sorry.
Yeah, go
I
for
would
it.
draw monster. I would draw monsters all the time.
Oh,
I
cool.
played video
I
games.
would always
I drew monsters.
That's awesome. I always drew dragons. I had like dragons and dinosaurs. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and so that was great. I remember I ran over to my neighbor's house. He was much older than me. Super knowledgeable with computers. He was building video games with my brother, and I ran over with like a 50-page book of concepts, and I had to be like 12 or 11 or something. And I said, "Can you just put this into the computer and make it kind of like RuneScape? Because this this is my version of RuneScape." So
Yeah,
that's
that's awesome. So
I feel
12
like
years
that's like my
old,
first start.
yeah, 12 years old, you're already a concept artist.
Yeah. Um yeah,
That's
that
so
that
cool.
was a
What was your
it
first
was
video game that you played?
oh, first video game. That's a good question. There there are many first games. I don't remember one specifically. But there was one called like Monster Island or something. Um, I kind of forget it, but I don't, and it's like coming to my mind because I said monster, I guess.
Yeah.
But it was a pretty unique and creative game where you drew the parts of monsters too. Uh, and it sort of put them like you could create your own monsters and have them compete in Olympic like games. Uh,
Oh, I think I remember
that
that. Yeah.
yeah, super crazy, super unique. I've never heard of it again. Um, there's like a car game where you could shoot other cars and stuff on the GameCube. I have
Yeah.
a hard time remembering the name. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle where you could raise the chows.
Hmm.
Uh, I really liked them. So
Yeah, that's awesome.
yeah, how about
Um,
you?
um, my she's not really my aunt, but I call her my aunt because she's like close to our family. She gave me a Game Boy. Do you remember the little square ones with the flip screen?
Yeah, the not the SP.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, SP. Yeah. So that
Yeah.
was my first time getting into video games. And she gave me um one of the Mario World games. I remember your
Mm,
Mario, you can find a Yoshi egg and then you can ride on Yoshi and then you can but yeah, I love that game. And then I got the GameCube after that and like just playing stuff like Mario Kart and um all the Mario games. Yeah, and still to
yeah.
this day, like that's so much fun for me. Yeah.
It's the different worlds uh traversing through them.
Yeah, they're so creative and fun and you can just you don't have to I don't know, I feel like I can you can do it with friends and you can uh yeah, you can sit down for like an hour, and play.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of
Have you played
stuff
the
that I
newest
like.
ones?
Yeah, what did I play recently? Played the Kirby game. That one was amazing. It was so is it Kirby's Forgotten Land or something like that?
No
Um,
kidding.
do you know what I'm talking about?
I'm familiar with uh images of the one with the threads. Um,
Okay.
but I don't think I'm familiar with the newest Kirby.
Okay. Yeah, you would like it. The worlds are so cool. And you gain you get a different weapon for like different levels and each weapon like one you can turn to a drill and you can like drill underground and like pop up and like kill your enemies.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's just so cute and so fun. Like I just find myself just like laughing, smiling, like playing it. Um
And
yeah,
this was recently.
yeah, this was recently, I think. Yeah, in the past year. What have you
Oh, that's
played?
cool.
What have you played recently?
Um, there's a I so I haven't played a diverse range of games recently. But the one that I've and it's the first game I think I've completed all the achievements on. And whenever this game pops up with new achievements, I just kind of hop on and do them because the game's still updating.
Yeah,
But it's called Halls of Torment, and it feels so silly because it's like
pass those
I
by really
love.
quick.
Uh, wait, what's his name?
Cheese puff.
Jeez, he's young.
Yeah, he's like 4 months old.
Wow, that's cute.
Mm.
Wow. Do
Sorry, I
you,
interrupted.
you have other more cats?
Yeah, I have three total. So I'm becoming a crazy cat grandpa.
Yeah, there you go. Are they indoor and outdoor?
Just inside.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'd be too. Where I'm living now, they would not survive. There's too
Yeah,
many things that can kill you here.
you're out in the wild.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, oh,
So
back to that Halls of Torment game real quick. I I'm so impressed with like games, they just keep updating their graphics. It's crazy now. Just with high fidelity of models there are, and the technological improvements with lighting and just more and more ray tracing and super dynamic. And then I'm working in this industry and I can't stop playing this super simple like pixel game of like
Yeah.
just a couple warriors fighting like mobs of enemies. But I like it. It's cool because it's got like a super dynamic um like you pick weapons and abilities and stuff, and as you play longer you get to upgrade them, and you kind of like play with stats, and it's cool. It's a cool little seeing what's possible and trying to break it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, I want, yeah, I want to talk to more about like uh the direction that games are going and stuff, but I want to finish up
Okay.
uh like
Yeah.
how you got into art and all of that. Um, so are you the only,
Right.
what's your family like? Are you the only um kid?
No, I have a brother. Um,
Older, younger?
yeah, older,
Okay.
and he is a I'm like, for just to like precurse this, like I'm not very close with him. Um, he's a um very strong, very silent. Um, uh, I love him, and I look up to him in so many ways, for sure. And I was always the opposite, and so where he was like kind of strong and silent, I was pretty like craving attention earlier when I was younger.
Yeah.
Um, and
How much
so that's
older?
my brother. He's 3 years older than me. Um, yeah. So he's a cool guy. I admire him. Um,
Yeah.
works really hard.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm sure that will you guys will, you know, figure it out someday, right? The
I really hope
differences
so.
and
Yeah.
yeah. I've heard that siblings that are closer together, sometimes it's harder to get along. Like my brother is 5 years younger than me, and my sister is 5 years younger than him.
Oh
So
wow.
yeah, we're very spread out,
Yeah,
and
it's a huge range.
we've we've never had an issue, I think, because we're like I was always kind of like taking care of my brother and my sister, so there's never like competition or anything weird like that.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. I heard like in your past interviews with some of the other people that you brought onto the podcast, like you talking about your family, and it's super cool. It's super wholesome that you guys have this dynamic. Um, like especially with your brother. It's really cool that you guys are able to share inspirations and um talk about techniques.
Yeah,
Um, it's
be
super cool you guys travel together.
art nerds together. Yeah. How about
Yeah,
your parents? Are you close with them? Are you're back
very
home
close
now?
now. Yeah, very close now. So my family like grew up around my dad's side of the family. Mom's side is from Iowa. Father's side, Northeast Philly. Um, and on my dad's side, great grandfather was a mechanic. The other was a milkman. Both World War II veterans in the Navy. And then my grandparents um, started a roofing business. Um, so grandfather's a roofer. My grandmother uh, ran the um sorry, the non
Like the business
uh
side?
yeah, the business side. And then my father was a roofer too. Or is a roofer. It's still a roofer.
Wow.
Um yeah, and like my brother is too. Brother's a roofer as well. He's got a bunch of roofers. Um I tried working with them and I hated it. Like, so much. Um and I didn't hate it because it's really cool, real admirable, and I feel like a baby for for like I don't know, just like trying like 2 weeks of it and just being like, this sucks, like
Yeah.
um
What was bad? Like being
and
out in the
just running
sun?
off to art.
Yeah. What was so bad about the roofing?
Being being out in the sun. My skin, I got a weird like kind of skin condition. It gets like it doesn't react well with like some kind of chemicals or something. Like I got a couple health problems, kind of.
Mhm.
Um, and it made some of the labor kind of like just it felt a bit unfair, but like, and at the same time, I I don't want to feel that way. Like,
Yeah. Do
um,
you don't you look like you don't tan too well. You just turn to red. Just get it
yeah,
right.
that's true. Yeah. Um, I definitely layer up on sunscreen pretty hard.
Yeah.
Um, so my mom's side from Iowa, now I'm not as close to them because they're all the way out there. But my mom's father, I don't know what he did by trade, but he was a great artist. Um, and not a not a professional artist, but he did beautiful pencil drawings. Um, just like some stunning stuff, and he did woodworking. So we have like a little collection of my grand, and I never met him. He passed away before I came around. But yeah, it's so
So art ran in the family a little bit.
in from that side, yeah. And then from my father's side, grandfather at least plays the piano, and they're all sharp. Um, like my father's side of the family, they they're builders. And they might not pick up the pencil and draw in like a fine detail or anything, but they build and they see like they visualize and execute, but not on paper. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
With real
It's
real stuff, wood and
yeah, and they're creative, very creative, very sharp, and they build real stuff. So I like that a lot.
yeah.
It's cool. It's cool to be around at least and kind of get inspired by them.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something very rewarding about making something with your hands because we make something but it's just like on the computer screen and it just lives on the internet. But if you can
Yeah,
like hold like a an actual painting or like something that you built, it's yeah, it's a different experience. Um
yeah. Wait, can I ask you real quick? Um, is my internet choppy?
no, it was for a second, but it's fine now.
Ah, okay, cool. Just checking.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and my mom. So yeah, grandfather artist, and then my mom, super smart. She had an interesting career development where when we were kids, she focused around being around us. And then she gradually like changed professions as my brother and I got older. So she started out kind of having a preschool in our house. Um, and then we got a little older. She changed to like a marketing company, like a marketing company related to like Coors Light. Um, and so she worked with them for a little while, and that kind of like took her away from us, just kind of a little bit. She was still like super flexible and everything. Um, and then we were playing football, and she started picking up like a camera and recording us and stuff and making videos. And so she turned into a photographer, or a wedding videographer, and then a photographer. And then she started a like teen model program where she had these kids that were like in my class and stuff. She was organizing like volunteer movements and like just opportunities for these kids to just have, help out in the community and get photos of themselves. And so that was cool. And then she started a magazine with that.
Wow.
um and the magazine is definitely a success for her. And so I admire a lot like her like flexibility and creativity. um it's super cool. It would like, yeah, it's just
So were you
parents are definitely huge inspirations.
that's awesome. Were you a model in those magazines?
I was.
Nice. Dude, you gotta post some
No,
of those
not
pictures.
not many. No, nah.
No.
Nah. No, but it was cool. Yeah, it's cool. Not gonna share the pictures.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I was a model when I was um like 3, 4 years old or something. Yeah, I think around three.
No way.
But I
Do, doing
I
what?
I was in like department store ads and stuff, in the newspaper, just like modeling like the fall outfits or whatever, whatever's trending.
I've so that's crazy. I've done this too. Um, I thought I wanted to be like an actor in elementary school, and the same thing. Like tried out doing like little acting
Wow.
things or like model as a kid,
Yeah.
um, like elementary school. But that's crazy. Uh, did like shouted like Foreman Mills in this little like thing.
What is
Uh,
that? That's a store?
yeah, like a clothing. I don't even know if they're still up and running and stuff, but um, yeah, that's crazy that you did that too.
Yeah. That's awesome.
You wouldn't expect it.
Yeah, it's totally like not my thing, but as a kid I was like very well behaved and obedient. So uh, yeah,
Yeah,
I guess I got booked pretty well.
yeah.
Uh
There you go.
yeah.
It's a weird world. Why didn't you stick with it?
I don't know. Maybe I maybe I didn't get wasn't cute anymore after three. All
Yeah.
downhill after that.
Damn.
Yeah.
Just
My peak was at three
brutal.
years old.
They said this kid
Yeah.
ugly.
Yep.
Look, 4 years
I
old.
Yeah. Well, that's when I like lost all the baby fat too. So I was just cute because I was
Okay.
fat.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
That's
Cool.
funny.
So, uh, um, in high
That's
school,
crazy.
what were what were your high school interests? Did you take like all the art classes in high school and then that that led you to do art
I
in
did.
college or
I failed art.
what the?
I uh I failed art. I failed photography class too. And I failed biology.
Jesus.
Um, I was almost a truant. Um,
A what?
before a truant was getting like complaint, like if I didn't fix up my act, I would have been a truant in high school. Um, where I just wasn't going to school. Um, and so I had like a pretty split life. I was very insecure in high school. Because on one hand, I was playing football, I was playing lacrosse. Um, and on one part, I love these things in secret, but like outwardly, I kind of like hated them, but I kept doing it. Um, so like I love these like physical sports and stuff, and then I would go home and I would play RuneScape, play Adventure Quest Worlds, and be drawing dragons. And I kept these two, like I would never tell my football teammates this.
Yeah.
um, so was pretty insecure about that. Um, and as far as missing out on school and stuff, my like was having health problems all through high school. And like I would show up to school and I'd get these intense, insane stomach aches, and I would go to the nurse's office, and I knew the secret to just get her to send me home without any sort of uh like there's no like line of questioning or anything. I just said like, oh, I threw up. They have to send you home. So I would
Oh,
just say like, yeah, I threw up, I'm sick, and they have to send you home. So
yeah.
I kind of exploited that a little bit, to be honest.
Did you
But like
actually, were you actually throwing up?
no, but I would just have these insane stomach aches. And what I found out was my favorite cereal, Raisin Nut Brand, I was allergic to the nuts.
Oh,
And I was eating it every day, and I'd show up to school 2 hours later, just in pain. And like we went to that like so many hospital visits, so many of this, and I never got like officially diagnosed. But if I eat a nut, I'm in pain. so
wow.
um
That's
so yeah,
crazy.
that made that miserable. But and at the same time, I stayed home. I drew. Um, that same neighbor that I brought that RuneScape book over to. Um, another time I brought over a weapon. I was playing a game called Adventure Quest Worlds, and I brought over a little drawing of a weapon, and I said, "Can you put this in the computer?" And he's like, "No, but I can show you how to do it." And so he installed like the program that the game used, and he showed me how to use it. And so when I was home from high school, that's how I was spending my time, was just drawing for uh, like just working inside Adobe Flash
Oh,
and
Flash.
making weapons and stuff. Yeah, because the game, it had something called a suggestion shop where they took player contributions, like player ideas, and they credited the person and then put them in the game.
Hmm.
And I played, my neighbor played, my brother played. Like I wanted to be in the shop because that'd be awesome. So yeah, I spent pretty much my whole time in high school doing that.
That's awesome. Uh,
um,
and then
yeah.
after high school, did you go to college?
Um, kind of. I actually, that company that I was drawing for, I actually they never put me in the suggestion shop until and actually they ended up just having me become, for starters, a volunteer artist, and I would help them out on one of their games. Um, and then avoiding being a truant, I actually left public high school and signed up for online school, where and at the same time I started working for this company. They hired me because I was just like obsessed with drawing like their stuff. So it kind of all just like worked out, fell together. Um, it was super cool. Like I was like 17 or 18 and working for these guys, and I would be working and I'd have like my high school classes up on like a laptop. So I did like online school after that. Um, which I don't know how it is now, but on like where I was failing my classes in public school, online school was very straightforward, very easy. Um, so, and I didn't have to give it much attention, to be honest.
Hmm.
Um,
So
so
it's
I could just
the
focus on work.
environment. Is the environment you're in mostly?
My bedroom. Yeah, like my
Yeah.
childhood bedroom.
Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
So you probably work better from home than at a studio, I would imagine.
Yeah. Um, I've like I moved to LA and tried to work in a studio. Uh, Same week I moved there, they announced that they're closing the studio permanently. So uh, I've given up on the idea of like working in a studio or trying it out because I just like want to build my life now.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, so
so yeah,
so you work for that game while finishing up high school, then what
yeah.
happens?
Okay. My contract ends, and that was a shock. I kind of planned to work for them for a long time. Very very naive. Uh, first job, awesome. Um, and the lead artist, like one day in passing, like him and another guy, I remember just that they mentioned about the idea of wanting to go to the school, Fengzhu's School of Design. And when I was like, oh, I didn't know what to do, and I had some savings from the job, and like I tried like applying to different game studios and anybody, t-shirt companies, this, that, or the other thing. No one would hire me. And I was like, oh no, this is bad.
Mhm.
Um, and so I just decided to pull the trigger and go to FCD, Feng Shu's School of Design in Singapore.
Wow. So you
Um,
actually went to Singapore.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Crazy. What was
Um,
that like?
my dad absolutely begged me not to go. Um, he absolutely begged me not to go. Like it was like, if you go, you're paying for it yourself. And like he would like raise up he was like, if you go to college, I'll help you pay for it, like regular school. And I was like, no, I want to go. I want to go to Singapore and learn from Feng Zhu. And I didn't know anything about it. I barely watched his videos, honestly. I didn't do my research. Um, to be honest, I didn't know about Art Center. Um, I I wouldn't have been able to afford that, but I didn't know about any college. I didn't want to go to college. I just like 1 year program, learn how to draw. That sounds awesome in Singapore. So yeah, I really just jumped into it. I applied and then I got accepted, and so that was that. I just decided to go. Um, and FCD was crazy. It was awesome. But it was also like super stressful, very emotional. Um, I was a kid, like very much. It doesn't. I think I was 19 or 20. Um, and when I say I was a kid, like I was a kid mentally. Um, and I had much more grown up classmates, thank goodness, because they were absolute role models in behavior, and their lives. where I saw when I like went to the school, I saw other classes tearing people apart. Um, very toxic, very like brutal place. Um, and then my classmates were like saints. Um, the we're in like the other classes. They would tell you at the school like if you're good, don't talk to the people that are bad. Like don't do that. Uh, like and however way you might want to look at that, my experience was the top people in my class were like teachers too. There was an artist, Ricardo Lima, walked around and would help out anybody with questions. There was a man named Chengwei Chen, and he is an amazing artist from Taiwan, and um, he just sat and worked. And like me, I was all over the place, couldn't stop talking. Um, it's wild. And I would look over and just he would just be calmly working, like manage his stress, manage his emotions so well. Um, and like anytime you talk to him, he's just like, having a good time. He's an amazing guy. And the class is just filled with so many people. It's hard to comprehend. You went to school too. In
Yeah, I went
where was it again?
um Rochester Institute of Technology. So it's a tech school in upstate New York. It's like an hour away from where I lived. And they had an illustration program, so I did the illustration program there. It's yeah, I think that school, like I couldn't afford school either, but that school gave me the most scholarship. So
Oh, nice.
I was able to, between that, taking out loans, I was able to afford it because like my parents couldn't pay for school or anything like that. So it
Mhm.
was all on me. Um, and so what I did when I was there, I worked super hard. I graduated in 3 years instead of four.
Hell yeah.
So I just did like the max amount of classes that they would allow me to every year, or every semester. And yeah, it was not a good college experience. I I
No.
made like I made like one or two friends. Um, I still keep in touch with them now. They're cool, but yeah, I think since it was a tech school, you had like mostly these like tech nerds that I
Yeah.
did not relate to at all. Like,
And
um,
it's probably so diverse in the professions and uh like trades that everyone wanted to get into. I'm guessing.
yeah, like the illustration program was like the smallest program there. Like they put all the
Mhm.
money into like the technology stuff. Yeah,
And
none
what
of
what was the technology stuff? And did you
um
like consider like participating in any of that?
no,
Like,
I had
no.
zero interest in that. What are the tech? What's like the major tech jobs? Like, um,
Robots?
yeah, they did like they definitely
I don't
did
know.
something like that. Yeah, I don't even know. But yeah, it was not good. They none of my teachers worked in the industry. Some of them maybe they would illustrate like a book cover once in a while, or something like that. But yeah, I would ask my teachers like, "Hey, I want to do like kids books. Like, what are some publishers I could reach out to?" Or um, like I take a children's book class from people who have never illustrated a kids book before. It's like,
Hmm.
how'd you get this job?
Yeah. Yeah. That the little research I did on like other schools is I was finding that
Mhm.
problem
Did you find,
is teachers teaching without experience.
yeah, and when you're young, you're so like naive, you kind of believe everything. Like when I was looking at the school, they were like, oh, our students have gotten jobs at like Disney and they've worked at like Leica and stuff like that. So I was like, oh,
Mm,
cool. I'm gonna get professors who can like help you get there. And but then once you get there, you realize like, um, no, none of these teachers have any of that experience. Like maybe someone, um, what was it? Oh, I forgot her name. Someone I worked with at Disney, like she went to RIT as well. But like that's like RIT's like claim to fame or something. Yeah, so
nice.
it felt very like scammy. Like they tell you all this stuff and then you get there, you're like they charge like 45,000 a year. Uh
It's nuts.
yeah, yeah.
The yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Um,
Yeah. So now I tell everyone just like do not go to art school. Like if you have a ton of money, like go to art center. That's probably the best art school you can go to. Um, if money is no object, just go there. But um, otherwise, take online classes. You know, take a class at like Brainstorm or um, learn on
yeah,
YouTube. Learn on YouTube for free, or buy someone's
dude,
like Gumroad
all
video once in a while. You know.
yeah, it's all there online. Um,
Yeah.
there's like some other kind of pop-up schools, or like maybe I shouldn't say pop-up schools because I think they're pretty established now. Uh, but like I know some people have found success going to like Nomen, um, or there's a school in France called, oh man, I don't even know, got like
Got,
Goblins, I think.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I've heard good things about them too.
Mhm.
Um, but I have no clue. I visited art centers like facilities, and I almost went crazy. Um, have you visited their campus at all?
Yeah, I've been there a few times.
Nuts.
What do you, in what way? What do you mean?
The amount of tools that they have access to, um, the library, um, the screening room, the amount of space each student seems to get. Um, Now I don't know everything. Like I don't actually I know so little about the school at all.
Mhm.
But yeah, if money was no object, I'd send my kid there or something, probably.
I know,
I've heard some good stories, heard some bad stories.
yeah, I have friends who've gone there and they're my age, early 30s, and they
Mhm.
still are 200 and something thousand in debt. They haven't even living in LA, working at a game studio or an animation studio. They can only
Holy
afford
shit.
to pay their living expenses. They haven't even been able to touch their school loan, paying off their student loans yet.
Yeah.
So
It's that's why like if you go to art center, like I would not take out a loan to do it. Um if you're like blessed with the right cards, then go. But otherwise, be scrappy.
yeah, yeah. Um, and pretty much all of my students that I teach like online are from art center. They're oh, we're
Yeah.
dying for just like a good like viz dev class. I'm like, that's crazy. Like save your money. Just um yeah, but
And
you took
your class is pennies
yeah, exactly.
to art center.
Yeah.
So
Because I don't have this huge like infrastructure and like deans of the college and like all this useless stuff. You know, it's just me and a
Yeah.
Zoom call, so I don't
Yeah.
have to charge much. Um, you took some brainstorm classes. That's how I first met you. I think I
Yeah.
remember what, like 5, 6 years ago.
Yeah. 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 Yeah,
World
I loved
building.
it.
Yeah.
I loved your class. I haven't taken many classes. Like I know some people are like they're always in a class or something. I've only taken a handful
Mhm.
um of following FCD of just like highly specific people that I wanted to learn from. Um I saw like your entrance into the industry. I heard stories about you. Um I've had yeah, I've heard stories, you know,
Jesus. What
the
kind of
myth.
what happened? What kind of stories?
No, just good ones. Super
Oh,
hardworking dude, humble, quiet. And you came in with super visionary art, deeply emotional. Like people are touched by it. People are they understand a level of communication in your work that I don't think anyone can really dismiss. Um and so like you are a huge success. And you work with so many different studios on such a variety of different projects. And I haven't heard from any of your colleagues or coworkers uh, that I've spoken with, at least, um, you being a disservice to any of the productions that you're on. And that's why I wanted to learn from you. So, yeah.
oh, it's so nice.
And you're fast. That's cool. It's fast concepts.
Yeah, just quick and messy. Just get the idea out and then move on.
Yeah.
Um,
So, yeah, and I loved your class. I met a handful of great people through it too. Um, and yeah, it was a good time. It impacted my art. I stole your brushes. Um,
nice.
yeah, still use them. Still some of them.
Mhm.
Uh, and yeah, I enjoy the class. Yeah,
Yeah, you know what? Those classes,
thanks.
the like the one that you were in, like I met you and I met a few other people who have all become really great friends of mine. Um, so yeah, I really miss those in-person classes. That was a great time when we did that. It's a awesome little community of artists
Yeah,
learning. So
I think it's cool. Like when you put yourself out there, you build a community, or at least like the infrastructure or the beginnings of so many different connections.
mhm.
And I think that's really admirable that you taught and you also did a good job teaching.
Well, thank you.
So
That was my first time teaching. So yeah, I didn't
definitely
know
put
what I
in the
was
work
doing, but appreciate it.
because you and yeah, yeah, you're super generous with your time. You went over on every class. You painted over everybody's work. That was super nice of you. You didn't have to do that. It wasn't in the details of the class. That did you
Yes.
plan to do that, or did you just like,
Mm,
I don't know, were you thinking about it, or
yeah, I thought about like I'm gonna paint over everyone's work. I know some teachers don't do paint overs, and like whenever I get a paint over, it's so helpful. Like you can get
yeah.
meeting notes and you're like trying to write the notes and stuff. But like when you're art director or production designer, when they like just draw over something or they do a quick little like paint over, like 20 seconds, it's like, oh, now
Mm,
I see what you want. Now I can go implement that.
yeah,
So I was like, I need to teach that way. I'm going to paint over every single person's work and, you know, hopefully
You,
quickly and efficiently. And
yeah, you killed it. I think the one thing that really sticks out is that um your shape language and your black and white reads are so quick, concise, and to the point. And uh man, I still don't get it. I'm still still trying to still trying to figure that one out. But yeah.
no, no, you're doing awesome. Um, so when did you leave LA?
Oh, a little over a year ago now. Yeah.
Okay.
Um, so I left LA, and because uh I'm dating a woman named Iris,
I like how you
and I
said
love her. And
it's great.
yeah, and in LA we have a 9 hour difference because she's living in Europe, and
Mhm.
it's a long distance relationship. And so while trying to figure out how to get there, like the one thing I could do was move over to the East Coast at least, uh, in the time being. That and I had issues with LA for sure. Um,
What are some of
and
the issues? Because I have some too.
where to begin? um, so I okay, I'll just start at the beginning of moving to LA. Following FCD, I had a lot of debt. I worked hard to pay it off. And in the meantime, while paying it off, I like worked for a handful of companies that uh, were like respecting enough of artists to pay them, um, like uh, pay with dignity. Where I was getting jobs offered from LA, and for some of the awesome studios that I dreamed of working with forever, and they were offering me pennies that would push me further into debt. And so I was stuck on the East Coast. I experienced living around artists once in Singapore. These guys were awesome, like my people. Like that's what I was thinking. Like my people, I need to be around my people. And I was isolated on the East Coast. All I wanted to do was be around other artists. Um, so I finally um, built up enough job experience to where I could move into LA and still, um, build my finances to eventually, hopefully, afford a future home, um, and not push myself further into debt. And it was awesome at first. Dinners, the food there is remarkable. It's amazing. That's that's the main thing I miss over there. Is the food is amazing, super creative. It's awesome being around so many different and diverse artists with so many different opinions. Um, and let me think. I moved over there. The company that I was working with had two studios, one on the East Coast, one on the West Coast, and I wanted to be around other artists. I thought it would be the most fruitful sort of opportunity that I could grow the most and bring the most value back to the studio. Is being surrounded by other people I find inspirational. So I moved to LA, and yeah, the week I moved, they permanently decided to close that studio, and I moved right next to it, so I could like walk to work hypothetically.
Oh, that's
um,
so disappointing.
yeah, so that was like kind of like red flag number one in a little way, and in like at the time it didn't mean much because like I was like, I'm here, It's awesome. I love it. Um,
And that
I
was
love,
Squanch.
yeah, that was Squanch. So, at the time, like no fault to them. I was looking forward to working in the office. They didn't. It's not like they didn't move me there. They didn't like I moved on my own dime. I just wanted to be there.
Mhm.
I didn't care. Like it was my decision. And so it's just unfortunate circumstances. Not like obviously not going to fault them for that or anything.
Yeah.
It's not a thing. Um, it's definitely was not personal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
uh,
stuff like that
they
happens all the time. Like projects get put on delay or, whatever. It's
yeah,
out of our control. So we have to kind
they
of
gave me a
plan.
chair.
Oh, you got a free chair out of it.
Yeah, they gave me a chair out of the studio. Uh, hell yeah.
Oh.
Um, but yeah, so and then I was spending a lot of time like talking with friends. I was going to like industry kind of gatherings and little parties and dinners and stuff, and um really just building a lot of friendships, um and then eventually these friendships blew up in high school levels of ways, I guess, and then like this whole like vision of LA just kind of falls apart, just one by one by one by one, like dominoes.
Because
Like
you moved there partially because you wanted to be around artists and have that community,
yeah,
and then that
yeah,
kind of falls apart.
yeah. Burbank, like I wanted to be in Burbank because I like one, my studio was there too. Um, Brainstorm was there, and three, like the people all around it, and they also closed Brainstorm and some other things about it. Um, anyway,
Yeah,
um,
some drama that we won't get into.
yeah. Um, so that plus, and then eventually, I quit the job that I was working at, because it became just like super clear that I like after 2.5 years of being in like the blue sky part of production, I was having a great time, and when when uh when we entered production, um, I started being more of a disservice to the team. Um, so I quit, and so that
Wow.
I
Can you
sorry.
explain that a little bit? Like, why were you better in pre-production than production?
Um, I'm slow in production. I don't understand why. It's something I still try and work on. Now I've learned Blender, and I'm hoping that is the solution that I need. But it could be. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. Honestly, it could be an attention sort of thing. There's like meticulous detailing of stuff. I love it. I love just building products. Like I want to build the game. I want to be involved in like every single detail and everything.
Mhm.
But as far as in the production part, I'm slow. Like it's just is what it is, I guess.
Well, you found your place. You're like what you enjoy, what you want to focus on. It's that pre-production, early concept phase. Like that's what fits you.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, I'm still trying to figure out solutions. Um, I'm still trying to figure out solutions because uh, I I don't I love concept art, but I love building video games, and I'd imagine I'd like building TV shows and movies too, but I've only worked on like 2 TV shows, so I don't know fully yet. But I love building video games, so yeah, I don't know. I'm still exploring.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
Um,
that I would love to talk about that more after talking about LA.
yeah. Like the process of building games.
Yeah.
Cool.
Um, but LA, so I think I moved there during COVID. When like got a sweet deal on an apartment. So it was a good deal. It was like downtown Burbank. I loved it. But what I didn't love was like I loved going on sunrise walks. I'm an early bird. Um, I know you are too, because
Mhm.
I learned that through one of your other interviews.
Yeah. Get up
um,
before the sun gets up.
hell yeah. Um, and I learned that I could do that over there. I would every time I walked around before the sun was up, there was danger. Yeah. Um, it's just that's just what it was. It sucked. And um, so I'd just be sitting around waiting for the sun to come up so I could walk around with vision. And the sun comes up and the I think there like there's definitely it's hard to talk about. Um, there's definitely like a mental health crisis over there. There's a homeless crisis. And you have people that you can't really predict how they'll behave when you're walking around them. And so I'd be taking my morning walks and stuff, and my morning walks were less about enjoying the air, the beautiful LA smoggy air.
Thick,
Um,
smoggy, stinky air. Smells a
yeah,
bit like urine.
just a little,
Yeah.
and well, like my walks were more based around oh, is this sidewalk safe to walk on for like this stretch of time? Okay, cool. Now I can switch. Oh, go the other way. Um, so that, and then I would get like a coffee at Noah's Bagels every morning, and a little bagel. That was and I would like listen to a book or something, or a podcast, and and yeah, like I was on edge, like just moments of tranquility into moments of fight or flight when someone is just shouting like right behind you about like killing people, and you're like, fuck. Sorry, I don't know
Well,
if you can like
we can
beep.
swear it's not. Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. And like it's a total shot. You got your headphones in and stuff, and then all of a sudden you hear about like someone just shouting about like wanting to like murder people and stuff, and it's like, jeez, like there's like little birds hopping around, and then on the other side of you, there's like, am I gonna get stabbed?
Yeah.
Like, and it's Burbank, right next to the damn Batman statue. Like,
Disney's right down the street where they make
yeah,
all the movies.
Cartoon Network. It's within distance, like within sight.
Yeah.
Like, um,
DreamWorks is right there. Yeah.
yeah, and so it's crazy the amount of stress and um like it built up so much stress, like, and I would kind of communicate like little by little with people. I'm like, hey, like, what's going on, like, is it like this around you? And they're like, oh, Burbank, like, so nice. Yeah, no, it's not really like a big problem over there. And I'm like, it definitely made me realize that the experience that I had growing up was not the same experience that other people had growing up. I'm super thankful and grateful, and I'm just unexposed to this kind of stuff. So maybe, and I don't know for other people if they've just put on their like blinders for it, but to like see suffering and yeah, emotional suffering every single morning, and like it affected me. Yeah,
Yeah.
stressful. And there's nothing I could do. Um, just absolutely nothing I could do. Um,
Yeah.
maybe there was some stuff, but it's like drops in the water. Like yeah, and like and just like facing that every single day. It's like I don't know. So there's that, and then so that was like life inside of LA. Um, like by myself, isolated. In times that I think should have been like more meditative and tranquil, I guess.
Mhm.
Um,
Was this during the pandemic or right
yeah,
before?
during yeah, and like the association with like shopping cart sounds and just hearing like shopping cart sounds like outside my window all the time, and like and then like I had a neighbor that would like make like like racist like chants like I'm like sitting there trying to sleep or something. And it's like
My
early
God.
riser, early bed, 10 o'clock, and he'd just be like yelling racist stuff outside of his place,
To
and
racist towards what race?
all like all of
E-
them,
Everyone. What race was
all
he? He or she?
white, yeah,
He was white. Okay.
white dude, yeah,
Um, I saw
and
I saw a sign someone spray painted "Kill all the whites" on my bike route. I was like, "Oh,
yeah.
is this
Well,
safe?"
when I mentioned about the guy yelling about killing people behind me, this saying like kill white people, and I'm like shit,
Try to.
like um and anyway, and it's what do you do? Like um uh, it's too complex. Like I can't wrap my head around it. Like it definitely, all this has led to so much reading and attempting to learn, and um oh man, it's heavy. It's a lot. Like I feel uh I don't know, I just feel pretty emotional about it.
Yeah,
Like empathy for everyone's emotions that come to the conclusion of like killing what they perceive as the other side or something. Like that's sad. Um
yeah.
and
We're all. It should be a community. We're all in this together, and
yeah,
it shouldn't be like that.
yeah. Um and it sounds crazy because like if you took like just like chunks and slices out of these walks and stuff, a lot of them, like if you could see through my eyes, sunny day, cloud, like nice little clouds, uh green little mountain, and it's nice seeing the Cartoon Network building and all this stuff.
Yeah,
But it's like these like super rough moments and stuff that really take up all the highlights. And the like thinking power, because I like can't move past it or something. um so many, like there's so many moments like it's not isolated.
yeah,
um and yeah, so yeah, again, that those were like the times of like peace and tranquility, isolated moments where you have to yourself,
mhm,
never to yourself. You don't get that unless you lock your doors, close your windows, and you know I don't know, hide from the light
Yeah.
in LA. And even still, you can hear your neighbors through the walls.
Yeah. Um, cool. What else
Did,
led to you leaving? The game
um,
studio closed, uh
yeah,
homeless people, shit smell. What else?
yeah. Friend, like the friends that I had, I think because of my time spent like one at home in the East Coast, and I had good friends growing up. Um, and the friends that I made in Singapore, um, which to be fair, like I don't know a lot of people on a personal enough level to be able to really say anymore. Like who to trust, who to uh, like who you would trust with your life, who you would trust with like the future of your job, or anything. And so like I moved to LA and I felt very in hindsight very naive. I was ready to trust everybody.
Same.
I was, yeah, ready to welcome everyone into my life. I wanted to share, I wanted to learn. Um and so uh I think I have a huge amount of like I want everyone to succeed, and so some of the things that like came up between friends and stuff, I just had no comprehension. I had no clue that these things were in a playbook or anything. Like a playbook. That's sick. Like that,
That there's
like
ulterior
I don't want to
motive.
I don't want to yeah. And so there's like literally the first week I moved in there, a man came over to my apartment, like friend of a friend, and uh got drunk and told me like nasty stories of you that I found were untrue. Um and when he told me them, I didn't know what was true or what wasn't. But he did other uh the like besides that, the other red flags that came up during the conversation had like led to me calling him the next day and saying like he can't come over again. And I've never called anybody and had to say that before or something like um so, and that was like interaction like number one, like meeting with other people here. And it was like instantly like, oh man, like now. And I wasn't I didn't, that was before I took your class. That was before uh I got to know you more and stuff. So before, like, you were just an ambiguous collection of a couple stories before that. So yeah, like I met you once before that actually, and even still, like, yeah, I've known people for years and I don't know them, you know.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I
so uh,
when after that happened, I really appreciate you telling me. And I remember you called me and you told me like, oh, this person said this, and this about you. I was like, that is crazy. Like none of that is even like remotely true.
yeah, because
He told a lot of people that, and um all those people I never talked to again. They just I completely
it's
they believed everything, and then I lost like half my friends because
it's
this guy's going
insane.
around spreading like just ridiculous rumors. Like one of them was like I'm racist or something. I was like, I barely have any like white friends. All of my friends, I have like the most diverse friend group, and I love everyone equally. Like, how could you say that? Um, so
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, people are,
Um, yeah, that like I know that was a lot tougher than for you than it was for me.
yeah,
For sure. Like, um,
yeah.
but
Now I'm used to
even still,
like losing people. It's like whatever. The
yeah.
true friends like you and like I've got a small handful. Like you, like I've got my true friends now.
Um, so something is I I don't I don't uh like I believe in like redemption, opportunities, like again, like I don't want to see like anyone uh like like I still believe in redemption, I guess. But I don't, and I don't know like how to interact with that. I don't know how to like my place in someone's redemption or anything. Like, cause when I see this, like I've been like offered the opportunity to pursue jobs more closely with like the company that this person was working with, and I didn't go on with it because I didn't want to work with that person. Um, like, yeah, that would have sucked. I didn't want to work with them. Uh, and at the same time, it's like I'm not I'm not saying anything because I believe that maybe they can redeem themselves, or it's not my place or something like. And that's, I guess, how I would want to be treated too. If I ever made a mistake like that. Um, and I just have no clue. Because it's not like isolated to just him, but it's like so many different people and different circumstances
Yeah, I've
where
noticed. Oh,
like I
sorry.
know, oh sorry, like I know factually the wrong things that some people have done. I want to stay away from them. My part in their life is now silence and away from them. Like that's my part in, I guess, like some kind of like social, I don't even know what to call it. Like and that sucks because like both parties are now injured. um One, they're definitely not going to get any job recommendations from me. um you know, I'm going to recommend probably people to stay away from them, or I'm not going to talk very highly. um and at the same time, because it's not like I'm not willing to like go all the way, and like particularly like I don't want to like cancel somebody. I don't want to like unless they did something so absolutely disgustingly and vulgarly evil. Like I don't know. I believe there's like always a path of redemption or something.
Yeah,
And
I
yeah,
agree.
like I said, I don't know my place in that. How long like will I decide that that person should not share like any form of communication with me is like, I don't know. These are just thoughts. Like,
Yeah. But I kind of made a rule for myself. If it's like a friend that stabs me in the back or something, um, like uh like that guy who starts spreading rumors about me, I'll do I think like two chances. I think you get two chances. I'll call them out and be like, hey man, I heard you were doing this. Like, you know that's not true. Like, why would you
yeah,
let's stop doing that. Let's move on. Let's be cool. I'll have that conversation. And then if they do it again, um, then I'm like, all right, I'll make the choice. Do I say something again? Or that's the last chance, So I
Yeah.
give them a couple chances. I used to be someone who wouldn't, um, I would just be silent about it, but now I say something. Um, and then, so then I feel like I'm standing up for myself. I'm not just being,
You have to.
yeah, wishy-washy, like, oh, just walk all over
Yeah.
me, you know? Um, and the other thing is like, I feel like LA creates that kind of person because especially the entertainment industry, it's like highly competitive. It's very difficult to live
Yeah.
in LA. You can't live in LA if you make less than 100K a year,
Hmm.
unless you've got like a bunch of roommates. So you need a high paying job all the time. Um,
Yeah.
and you're surrounded by the extremes, like homeless people shitting on your front step to
Hell yeah.
um the person who's got five sports cars in their garage in their $10 million
Yeah.
mansion. Um
Yeah.
and so people kind of grow up with this attitude like I gotta do whatever it takes to get that next job, get that high paying job, get a raise. I'll walk all over people, I'll stab people in the back, whatever it takes um to
Hmm.
move up in this industry. Um
Yeah.
and it's difficult because you're like, is this person my friend or do they want something from me? Um so
Yeah.
kind of like for me, I feel like I'm a nice person. I'm going to treat everyone the same, everyone very kind. Um, but um, I'm very cautious on who I let into my life now. Um, it's someone who's I don't feel like they're trying to benefit from me in some way. 'Cause a lot of
Yeah.
people they'll be like, "Oh, Zach can get me a job," or um,
Hmm.
I can't be friends with people like that. Um,
Yeah.
or people or that see me as like successful, so um they try to benefit financially from me or something. I've like
Hmm.
there's some people who found out that um oh, I make a decent salary and stuff, and then they completely change how they act around me. We go out to dinner and they're like, oh, I forgot my wallet. I'm like, oh, now you forget your wallet. uh
Yeah.
I'm like, it's so weird.
Jeez.
Yeah, so
Um,
very, very, very specific. All right, very
yeah.
cautious now.
Yeah. Um, I definitely felt blindsided uh being over there. Um, I like I had another friend who lived a like a much higher class of lifestyle than me. And like where respected him a lot. I love spending time with him. Uh, and because he's a smart dude. Uh, reads a lot. Is pretty knowledgeable about some cultures that I was unexposed to. So I loved having conversations with him. I loved picking his brain. Um, and yeah, I like really enjoyed that friendship. Something um, that I didn't really realize was like that difference in lifestyles where like I would try my best to communicate um, that like I can't afford these things, and then so he would want to like share them and stuff, like so he would pay for them. And then I learned later that that built up um some strife, like in a similar way to maybe how that was for you. Um and that sucked. So that was a learning experience where that really blew up. Um that caused like huge rifts in my friend group. Um
So is
it, wa-
he became um like kind of resentful? Like he wanted to include you, but you were like, "Oh, I can't do these extravagant things all the time." So he would cover you,
yeah,
and then he built up like resentment
yeah,
or
that's my theory. It's unresolved, really. But yeah, eventually it blew up, and then the like the friend group dynamic changes, and then like man, the rest of my time in LA I felt like just so alone, like because like so and so, and then this is the thing about LA, it's like so and so isn't friends with so and so, so we can only invite like so like these people. And then now all of a sudden it's like this huge network of gossiping. And this isn't just about the guy I was just mentioning about, but as a whole system, it's like this whole complex network of gossip, of like people talking behind each other's backs and being made accomplices through either blackmail or emotional sort of um like emotional victim complexes. Like I don't know how to like orchestrate uh the different levels of maneuvers that people do over there, but it's there's like merit is included in there, but it is among so many other things where honor and loyalty are at the bottom of the sort of list.
Mhm.
I don't know if I made sense, but
I think so. And kind of going
like
off of that, I know a lot of people who judge you based on your social media status, like how many followers do you have, how famous you are online.
yeah,
Like yeah, like I had one, I tried to be his friend for so long. We were like coworkers and but I always felt he was looking down on me. And then
mm,
yeah, that friendship didn't work out because he saw me as less than him. I'm like, dude, what the heck, man? We're both just working on movies together. Like, just be chill.
yeah, it
Um,
sucks.
yeah.
It's so much more complex than like my early sort of, it's like introduction to adulthood in a foreign place, honestly. And the culture is not your own. You're not like raised with these systems and values to be able to comprehend, so you're blindsided by them. Like, and this stuff isn't like absolutely totally foreign from the East Coast too. um it's still here, it's just it, like different in other ways,
Yeah.
um
Different. And we grew up in smaller communities where there isn't that you're not
yeah,
living in the super expensive place. It's not as competitive.
if you hurt somebody you live with the consequences.
Yeah. Yeah.
um so yeah, that, and then that was the people in LA. And at the same time, um where I have a few amount of mentors or role models, people that I looked up to. I watched and was close enough to sort of the downfall of so many people that I looked up to in the industry, and just finding out the most vulgarist like of crimes, or um just information that I never wanted to know. um
Like
they have
people,
this.
sorry, I was gonna say like people using their like status to get something, take advantage of people.
Yeah, yeah, that. um and so it's like, how many people like are just gonna like disappoint you before you realize that. And something that makes me like come back to the East Coast with a new level of like respect is like there, like I spent so long running from the East Coast, like believing like just having a high level of ego, and like just egotistic, and I was believing I was like special or something, like I wanted to live in the West Coast.
Mhm.
Like I know, like naive. I'm still learning. And hopping over to the West Coast, and then I'm realizing like, holy shit, like all these people on the East Coast that would just tell me stuff straight up, and would not like bullshit around with me and stuff. Uh I never like took the time to like love and appreciate these kind of ways. Uh because I just, when I was growing up, I didn't respect that. I didn't take note of that. I didn't like listen to the people around me. And you know, it's
Mhm.
like,
Yeah, when you're thrown into the opposite of that, that makes you really appreciate what you had.
yeah. So yeah. And
Dude, I moved
it's a lot.
from well, during the pandemic, I was in a $3,300 fancy, well, that's not even fancy, but it was like a nice apartment in LA.
Hmm.
Um and yeah, it was unsafe outside. I was like, I need to get out of here. Like I was working from home during the pandemic. I was like, why am I paying all this for this like really expensive apartment? So I moved to Arizona to Sedona, and
Hmm.
the people, sorry, my cat is like jumping all over. The people in Sedona, like, are
Yeah.
totally different. Like you go to the grocery store and you can't get through the grocery store without like a couple people coming up to you being like, um, "Oh, where are you from? Are you visiting? Are you staying here? And do you like
Yeah.
biking? You want to? There's this really good hiking trail over here." Um, just people
Yeah.
coming up to you, starting conversations. So I lived there for a while, and then I moved to Utah. That's where I am now. And then it's
Hmm.
a similar thing. You go to the hardware store, and like someone comes up to you, they're like, "Oh, what are you doing? Are you like cutting down some trees? You need help?"
Hell yeah.
Like my neighbor comes over, he's like helping me fix a leak in my water system. It's like,
That's all awesome.
yeah, in LA, you're like everything is like really fast. People just like push you out of the way. Like you go through the airport, everyone's yelling at you. Um,
Yeah.
it's like a
It's chaos.
totally different experience. I'm like, wow, here it's like relaxing. Like,
Yeah. It's, oh man, there's so much about LA, like, and the differences in more personal communities.
I don't
I
think
don't.
people are meant to have be smushed into this
Yeah,
giant city like that. I think smaller communities are much better. For
it's true.
Yeah.
Where
Um,
we haven't lived like long enough in cities for that to be like hard coded into us that it's natural. Like we just haven't. Even the largest cities in ancient history were the size of our small suburbs today.
Yeah.
Like it's incomprehensible. These are mega like globalist cities.
Yeah.
Like I don't know. It's hard to like. I still can't wrap my head around it.
I'm still trying to shake off like the LA, because in LA I'm used to, like, if I gotta go to the grocery store, it's like, all right, I got my list. I'm just gonna like power through this, like go to the grocery store
Yeah,
as fast as I can, like don't talk to anyone, just make it
yeah.
through.
You'll
Um
never see him again. That's
yeah,
why. Doesn't matter. You'll never
yeah.
see him again.
Sometimes I have the attitude here. I'm like, oh, it's
Yeah,
okay. I can slow down. Like people will say, hey, people like want to know. People aren't like shoving you out of the way and stuff. So
yeah. I catch myself in the same habits. I go on morning walks. I have my AirPods in. I
got
listen
like
to
your
books.
knife in your pocket, like ready to protect yourself.
No,
No.
no. Like I don't feel on the same level of like fight or flight for sure.
Mhm.
Um, but I still have to like fight to say good morning to people, and I'll say it, even though it's a little uncomfortable for me like now.
Yeah.
Um, but I try and say good morning to everyone. Everyone where I live, everyone's more in a jolly mood. Because I live in a little vacation town now. It's got like a boardwalk and
It's so cool.
on the beach. Yeah,
New Jersey, right?
yeah.
Nice.
It's a hidden gem of the East, softest sand in the U.S.
Wow.
Maybe I don't know.
Yeah. Um,
I
what
actually don't know that for a fact.
Well, it might feel the softest for you, because it's a little
Yeah,
nice
that's true.
nice place there. Um, advice for people thinking about moving to LA, because a lot of people are like, oh, I need to, um, I'm starting out, I need to move to LA to network and stuff like
Yeah.
that. Do you say that's a good idea to do that? Do you say you should, you know, save up enough, get a job first, move there without a job? What's your perspective on all that?
Okay. So I want to share two different perspectives. One from very personal experience, and then two like congregated sort of knowledge from other people. Um, so to start off, my personal experience says no, do not go. Um, please like learn from my mistakes, and I hope other people's mistakes too. Um, I've lived an entire career that never required me to be in office, and before COVID even. Like I just have been working online this whole time, uh, and LA. While LA changed a lot in me, and it made me take life more seriously. It made me respect my hometown more. Um, it made me respect my parents more and all the people that I grew up with. Um, I don't think I ever needed to be there to find that out. Um, and uh, the parties and stuff are um, a bit decadent. Um, there's no benefit to going to them other than seeing people kind of disgrace themselves, and then you have to live with that, I guess. You just, you know, I don't know, it's tough. And then like people will exploit your generosity and time. Um there's good people there too. And so I have a couple of very good friends that I did meet there too.
Mhm.
Um but none of them I met while actually living there. I met them beforehand. Um Wait, that's not fully true. There's a few actually. Oh man. There's so many crazy stories I have of people blindsiding you.
Blindsiding me?
That no, not you. Sorry, like me.
Oh,
Like oh my gosh, I can't even like get in the. I'd want to say so much. Just I just want to keep it on the more down low now, or I
yeah.
talk too much about.
Well, you can.
Um.
It's like a good kind of like because if I heard our conversation right now, I
Mhm.
would I would have saved myself a lot of like pain and through I had to experience all of it myself because I was naive to this. So by you sharing
Yeah.
some of these, it can really help people, and you don't have to give anything away that would tell anyone's name or anything like that. But if you kind of
Yeah.
once if you maybe you want to give us like one story that was like kind of significant um that you learned something from maybe.
Yeah. Absolutely. Went to a bar. Uh. Watch a friend do karaoke. Another person wanted to tag along that I met briefly a few times. And he comes through and at the beginning of the night says, I don't like, how have you been? How have you been? Like, I've been good. He says, like, I don't want to, like bring down the mood. So, uh, you know, I don't really want to say how I've been. So let's just have a good time. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Keep your secrets. Um, and like that's how I was with everything. I and even like you mentioning, like you don't have to tell me anything. Um, like I don't know, like that's I feel like I gave people too much opportunity before or something. Like I would say, okay, you don't have to say something. Don't like live your life, do your thing, uh, have your ambitions and everything. We can still like be friends, because that's somehow separate from everything that you do, and how you conduct yourself outside of our friendship is different. I don't know. Um, like going through the night was drinking, and so uh like drank enough to know. And I'm not like a loud drunk or anything, pretty quiet. um and the only thing I knew was that I was not in a position where I could necessarily make decisions um in a serious conflict or something, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like
A
I
little a
knew
little
that.
tipsy.
Yeah, like I knew that I was, or like and I didn't know this beforehand, but what ended up happening was this guy, remember he said, I don't want to tell the story. Well, if you like now what I know is if you listen with your third ear, you'll hear the echoes of what they really wanted to say. Of course, they wanted to tell the story. So now I'm drunk and unable to deal with conflicts in a way that I could reasonably maneuver around. He starts pouring his this story out about he's going to jail for pedophilia.
Oh, Jesus. This is someone in
And
animation or
I don't
games?
believe anymore.
Okay, but they
And
were.
I don't know the resolution to their court case. Um, I don't know the resolution to the story. I never not interested in really knowing. Um, and I was sitting there like pretty much incapacitated. I didn't know if I was, it's a high level of emotions. I didn't know if I was in danger, to be honest. Um, and so I just had to sit there and where at the time, even I placed no thought between the difference of kindness and being nice and like what being loving is, or anything. So I just sat there and nodded my head. I was like, just listening to the guy pour his feelings out and everything. And this was also like a serial thing in LA. Is like people would just pour their hearts out to me all the time. And I was some like pillow or something, and I would share advice with people, and they wouldn't take it. They wouldn't do anything about it. And so I just became this like person that people came to talk about their problems with. Like I'm not a therapist, not built for it. I got my own problems.
Mhm.
Um, and so yeah, I sat there until I was sober enough to leave, and I left. And he did not get a call. Um, like the other person in the morning. Um,
What do you mean
this person I just
get a call?
like I did not call him. It's like to tell him how inappropriate this was.
Yeah.
Um, I don't know why. Like, it's too scared or something.
I mean,
Um,
that's something that like you can't help that. That's someone who's um
yeah,
gone to some deep dark place in their head and they've justified it and they're super sick.
yeah,
Um yeah, so that's
and
that's not on you at all.
and it sucks because this was my first night out in like months and months of months of going through like a time of complete isolation.
Yeah.
I was not having a good time, and like one of my friends just he encouraged me to get out, have a good time, and
Have a
then
good time. Let's talk to this pedophile. Jesus.
yeah, yeah. So it sucked. I never found out the resolution to the story. I don't really want to know. Um,
He better be in jail right now.
if it's true.
Yeah.
He was trying to convince me it wasn't true. Uh, and that's
Oh,
not like a conflict I want in my head. Um, it's just like, I don't know you, man. What
so
do you want me to?
he didn't admit it to you. He just said that he was like accused of this and he was kind of
No, yeah,
talking
he
to
was
you.
accused, and
Oh, okay. Yeah,
yeah.
I was thinking he like admitted it to you. I was like,
No,
someone
what he
admitted.
said. Yeah, no, he said that he was going to jail for pedophilia. He didn't, but he was trying to convince me that he didn't do anything.
Did you get the feeling? Because you can tell when someone is off a little bit. Like, what was your feeling talking to him?
For sure. I don't I don't know. There's so much emotion, like rage and sadness that I was drunk. I
Yeah.
couldn't read, like it sucked. I was more like honestly, I was more concerned for my own safety. I was in like fight or flight, just sitting there,
How old was he?
just
Older than you?
punching the table. Yeah, yeah, like I don't know how like no one stopped at the table and just were like, you guys all right? Like, but that sucked. Yeah, that totally sucked. Yeah, older. Yeah, it sucked. Um,
How do you,
so
what are your, sorry, finish your thought.
no, that was my thought. Thanks.
How do you
This
feel about public execution?
public execution. What do you mean by that? Like cancel
Like,
culture? Like
no, like literally like town
death
square,
penalty?
like beheadings, like medieval
Oh,
time
geez.
style.
No, I don't. I'm not. I'm not for that. I think life deserves more dignity, even in killing, than public displays. Um, but I I say that like I don't know. I think oh dude, you got to ask the controversial stuff, huh?
So I have a controversial take on this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
I
let's
I think I think it should be brought back because now they're saying for like pedophilia and stuff, they're saying like, oh,
mhm.
minor attracted people, like, oh, it's okay.
Right.
You just have a slight,
Disgusting.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I've never seen this in like real life, so I don't even like I don't know what's true or not in the news even. Like but
yeah. But you hear like there's like this executive at Nickelodeon. Um he he's a pedophile. He like did stuff to some of um the child stars there, and he goes to jail for just a few years, and then he gets out, and then he's working at Disney. It's like that is the lightest
oh
punishment ever
man.
for that kind of crime. So these like light punishments for these disgusting crimes, and now you hear about people they've like rapists and stuff who get like the smallest punishment, as like if we give the people who do horrible disgusting things like that,
Yeah.
it's like no question if it's there, if it's 100% you did it, you are publicly executed. So everyone knows this is what
Mm,
happens when you do this thing. That would stop it.
yeah.
Like no one's gonna fuck around with that. They're
Yeah.
like there's no question you're not gonna be a pedophile. You're not gonna take advantage of some girl. Like
It's not even think twice. It's like
yeah, it stops right like that.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. If I was president, I would implement that.
You're president.
Yeah. Uh,
Yeah,
Um,
I don't know because like I want to agree, but it's hard to know like 100% what's true and what's not. That
well, yeah,
and I guess like that's the biggest hangups in like court and it sucks.
that's the issue with the death penalty now. Like how many people get the death penalty and they're innocent, you know?
Yeah,
So I would say only if we can prove it like 100%. Um,
yeah, for sure.
yeah.
Because
Um,
man, there's so many lies in like history that even our like historical textbooks and everything, you don't know what's true.
yeah.
Like, and I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but like, what else are you supposed to do? I don't know.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten to that. That's on my reading list. I have a couple books on my reading list that I'm not going to get into for a while, but like Crime and Punishment and The Righteous Mind
Hmm.
and oh god, there's a couple other like big law books. I'm blanking the and like philosophy books. And I'm blanking on the names, but I haven't gotten there. I haven't gotten there to form a concrete opinion on it or anything. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh,
how about what's like one of the greatest memories of LA?
greatest memories.
We talked about a bunch of the stuff you got to look out
Yeah.
for. Now, what's a good one?
Iris got to visit me for so long while I forget if I was working or if I was unemployed because I had such a great time. Um, I think both.
Mhm.
Um, God, I'm lucky. But um, so she got to spend like months with me while I was living in LA, like a handful of times. Um, she like got to come. Yeah, awesome. We went out hiking, like the Burbank Mountain. That was like the most often spot that we hiked. And I remember we got like a few friends to go all the way up to the top on like, and it was a rainy day and stuff, so it was a little dangerous because
Wait,
it's very
did you?
steep at one section.
Yeah, I know that section. Did you make it all the way to the very, very top, like the tower?
Oh
Like
yeah, to the tower part, yeah, but not to the middle of the mountain, but to that tower part, yeah.
cool.
And I and so it was like such an awesome hike. None of us. I told everyone not to eat because I'm such a nice guy. But so none of us ate because I said we are gonna get Japanese barbecue after. So the whole time, like while hiking up there, it's like just think like, oh, those clouds like kind of look like Japanese barbecue. Love it. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, I
your friend next to you starts looking pretty good, like a chicken wing. Like
yeah, and oh my god, so it's awesome hike. Everyone's tired. Everyone's blanked out. Like just done, you know.
Mhm.
And then we sit and we just have Japanese barbecue for like 3 hours. They didn't kick us out. It's supposed to kick us out after an hour, but like that's the best. I just love that. I love endless Japanese barbecue. They don't have that here. Can't stop thinking about it. When I fly into LA, that's when I'm getting endless Japanese barbecue.
Yeah,
Um,
I definitely I that's one of my highlights of LA, like going on those hikes, like the Burbank
yeah,
Mountains, Glendale Mountains, and then eating like Korean barbecue or like going to a Mexican food truck and just getting like
yeah,
five tacos or something. Like
that's the
that's
best.
tastes so good.
My my favorite place was the Huntington Gardens.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
that place is just absolutely preciously beautiful. I'm so glad it exists. Um,
They have
I
peacocks, right?
know that you're uh that's the botanical gardens of
Oh yeah, you're right.
like it's like east of Pasadena, I forget.
Mhm.
But Huntington Gardens was like Huntington Library. Like one part of it is like an art gallery.
Mhm.
They had a few different buildings. One's an art gallery. One held like historical books and I don't know some stuff.
Mhm. They had a
And
couple Edgar Payne paintings, I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And then they had such a amazing display and variety of plant life that it's like to die to see in every season. Like it's always cool to see just what's blooming, um, and just the you know the variety of roses or whatever other flower that they have. It's crazy. They have so many. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Very inspirational
Um,
as an artist.
yeah. So that's my favorite place in LA, Huntington Gardens.
Mhm.
I also loved the architecture of the Getty Museum is pretty beautiful. Um, I have my own gripes with like modern contemporary kind of looks, but it definitely pulls out emotion to see it. It's very beautiful. Um, and they have one painting in it. It's like springtime or something. It's like a long piece of artwork that like almost looks like Rome, and it's people marching through flowers, and it's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. Um, yeah,
Do you
what?
have like favorite places, Steely?
Sorry.
Oh, do you? Well, I was gonna say, do you have any favorite places there too? But
In LA.
yeah,
Um, yeah, like a really good memory that I had in LA was living in Santa Monica. This was like 10 years ago, and in Culver City. I lived in Santa Monica for a while and lived in Culver for a while. And Santa Monica, I was like 10 blocks to the beach. So I would just, Friday night after work, like walk down, watch the sunset,
nice.
um, or skateboard along um, the path along the beach. Weekends, I would bike along a runoff of the LA River, and I'd get to like Marina Del Rey, and then I'd bike along the beach. Stuff like that was really really cool. Um, yeah, I miss that.
Yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah,
Yeah, as much as like the negative parts of LA, there's absolutely some beautiful like parts of
yeah,
it.
yeah. It's
Um,
definitely a love hate thing, and it's when the hate kind of outweighs the good. It's when
yeah,
you got to get out.
I think we just spent like 2 hours like talking about the bad parts of LA. So I'm glad you did bring up the good parts,
Yeah,
because they're absolutely there. The number one way that I think of LA is it's a place where people abandon their uh like it's a good and bad thing. People abandon what's working for them in their original communities because they totally uh it's people run away to LA. That's the stereotype. People run away to LA. Um, start a new life. This place where all your dreams can come true. Um, and you can do anything. And when they leave their communities, they abandon all the values and um, morals that and sort of rules and laws, both good and bad, of how those communities worked. And so when you have a bunch of people that that abandon their communities and they assume that the rules that made those communities work are not important to think about, then you're building like a new system from the ground up. And it's led to some of the most creativity we've ever seen in the world. And it's also led to some of the most evil stuff that we've also seen. So that's just how I think about LA,
yeah,
I guess.
yeah. That's a good point. Um, yeah, it's interesting how that works out. Um, so how's New Jersey now? What are your hobbies there? I know you go fishing.
Yeah, a lot of
You touch
fishing.
the soft sand.
Touch the soft sand.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So, like I said, I rejected that. That's like a little piece of me in that story. I rejected my community. I rejected um a lot of the ideas that people around me were trying to introduce me to, and I thought I knew better. And and so one of these things was fishing. Um, I went out as a kid a lot. Not a, I mean, more more than normal, and would go on boat rides. When I was young, my grandfather had a small boat, and we would go out. Eventually, he sold the boat, and then when I teenage rebellious phase, my father would go on one of his friends' boats, and they go fishing. And I would go out a few times, but emo teenage rebellious phase, I didn't look like I was supposed to be on a boat. Listen to Put my headphones on, listen to Sublime, and
Nice.
and I don't know, a bunch of emo music, and and I'm like, no, like you can't kill the fish, can't do that, and I'm still like hung up about it, like still have respect, uh, and want to treat the animals with like dignity, um, but and like man, this will also like just hit some like controversial uh beats. Is that the there's like multiple moments in people's lives, like they get the opportunity for uh to like change themselves, moments of initiation, where you get the opportunities for to grow yourself, and to really learn from your elders, essentially. um I'm so thankful that I have the opportunity for that now. I come back as someone who knows nothing about fishing, other than, my dad's done it all his life. Um, and I've been around it. And uh, so I'm so grateful that I'm now my dad's bought a boat. When I was in LA, he bought a boat, and now we go out on that to catch smaller fish. Um, and then we're friends with someone who owns a larger boat to catch larger fish. And I'm very grateful for the opportunity to see this way of life. Um, it's like there's a part of it that's primal. There's a part of it that, and when I say primal, I'm saying it speaks to somewhere inside of you that you don't want to like admit is there or something. Um, it's raw. It's like I'll paint the picture. You get up at 2 a.m. Um, you're not fully slept. You go into the boat, smell fish, people rigging baits. It's just someone not used to it. It's not a nice smell, like, and it's not a pleasant sight. You're threading wire through these fish, like you're man, I don't know like a better word, but like you're just like that fish is a body. And so walking up to the boat, and these fish are being mutilated to serve as bait for other fish. And you collect on the boat with other men that decided to go on this adventure. And then, untie the boat, unhook. Captain has already decided, he's prepared, to he's done his research on where the Gulf Stream is like touching the waters of the mid-Atlantic. It's where these waters meet. Wow. That these fish are at, and so the captains have a network of friendships that, you know, they kind of trade information. So plotting a course over 100 miles off coast. Um, and so you go out and we all fall asleep, like wherever you can find on the floor. That's where I sleep. I'm not on the boat often, you know. I also am not a uh like 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 I'm a guest,
Mhm.
you know. So I get to sleep on the floor.
So you're
Uh
sleeping on the floor of
and
the boat at like two,
yeah,
3 in the morning.
yeah, heading off into the unknown black abyss.
Cool. Dude,
And
that's awesome, man. That's crazy.
yeah, and when you wake up, and if you wake up before the sun's up, you get to see this moment. If you're blessed, and the water's super calm, if you're lucky, and there's moments where you're out there, there's nothing in sight, absolutely nothing, and there's fog, morning, high humidity, and you can't tell where the the ocean meets the sky. It's all just blended together.
Wow.
You're alone, like 100 miles off coast, alone. Um, is precious, and the colors are so surreal, so surreal. Um, the you got to see it. Um, it's a good moment. Um, and so you put the hooks out, and you know, you like super high adrenaline, put the hooks out, start playing music. Typically we're lucky to get first bites immediately because the captain's done all this work, he's found the spot. And then usually midday, or like you know, people catch the fish, it's awesome. Midday, sun's high, you're sleepy because you didn't sleep well, uh sun's beating down on you, that's awesome. uh and then usually, you know, you're wrapping up, and um there's final moments of catching these fish, like you know, you only have so much longer left, and so you're all alert, all staring at the water, hoping to see some glimmer of a fish, like through the water, and you're all just like praying, just looking out into the ocean, and it's awesome. um you ride back and stuff, and what's so like, man, there's so much that's so special about it. Like, you're on a highly technological uh boat, like craft vehicle. It's created by some truly genius people. um and that's your lifeline. That's the only thing that's keeping you from that cold black abyss. It's like 100 miles off coast, and you have like one very congregated piece of technology that's keeping you up. It's awesome. Like, I don't know.
What's something
And the
crazy
fish are
you've
beautiful.
seen? Yeah. What's something crazy you've seen out there? Like, have you seen any like giant squid or like shark, whale?
I've seen whale. I haven't seen a shark. I've seen photos, some nasty photos, um, of sharks that are incomprehensibly big. Um, yeah, but yeah, I haven't seen any sharks myself. I've seen two sunfish. One I got on video.
Those are huge, right? They're like,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're super beautiful. Super interesting. I take them as signs of good luck. Uh, for
Mhm.
me. Um,
Have you ever
but
gotten stuck in a storm out there?
no, no.
You guys do your
So
research, make sure there's nothing.
blessed so far. Yeah,
Yeah, cool.
yeah. There's so much like weather. You know, it's I I don't know how easy or like how mm, I just don't I don't know enough about this aspect of it. Um, but Captain Smart,
How big is the
um,
boat? Like how many feet long?
78 feet.
Oh,
It's a
that's
big boat.
huge. Okay.
It's a huge boat. Yeah, the big boat. Yeah, huge.
Wow.
Um, yeah, it's beautiful. The man who owns it poured so much hard work into it, and yeah. So there's one of the aspects of fishing is that the people involved with it to this level, they consider it a gentleman's sport. Um, Catching these fish, white marlin, blue marlin. Um, they are apex predators of the ocean, and they take it pretty damn seriously. It's their like life, catching these things, and they're beautiful fish. They're tough, um, and so these guys that I fish with, they're all wise. They're all very they have their areas of specialties, their wisdom. Um, they're hardworking, like blue collar, uh, just blue collar lives. Um,
Manual
and
labor.
yeah, and they earned it. They done real work, and they participate in real life. And I can't like I beat myself up over it that it was in front of me, the opportunities my whole life, and I like totally ignored them. And it's like this super special thing, like where I feel like this this part of my life of like fishing and being on this boat is something that should have been happening when I was like 17, 18, 19. Um, Instead, I was rejecting those opportunities to stay at home and draw dragons. And what I it's not that I don't like that aspect. It's that I decided that I couldn't do both and I had to focus on one. And in reality, I wish I saw both sides of the light. These men are great men, um, and yeah,
And I think that experience, I don't think you should feel bad about missing out on that at all because it's all part of your path. Like you chose to do art, that
yeah,
led you to an amazing career, and then you got to experience like working in games and animation,
yeah,
and now you're getting into more of like the nature and um uh a bit of like being in charge of surviving yourself, which is a
yeah,
really incredible experience. Like being in like not just you know like for me it's like if I want heat this winter I need to
yeah.
cut down a bunch of trees, split firewood. Like that's what I'm gonna be doing like in my spare time.
That's
And
awesome.
yeah, it sounds like, oh, it's like some hard work, but I've been doing a bit of that and like I have this like rush inside of me. It's like this is so
Yeah,
exciting. Like I'm in charge of my own fate. Like that's
yeah,
so cool. It's like you going and catching some fish for
yeah,
food. Like
yeah,
it's yeah, it's pretty awesome, an awesome experience. And if you just live in a city your whole life, everything is just there, convenient to you.
yeah.
I don't know, you're missing out on something.
I I never considered it. I thought everything like you needed was on the computer. I know how silly that sounds.
Yeah.
I was like, ocean, they got fishing games if I want to catch a fish.
Yeah.
I don't
Hey,
have to actually kill one.
get an AI girlfriend on the computer, all set.
Yikes. um, yeah, you want to split some firewood? Go get splitting firewood simulator.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
it's gonna rock, man.
Yeah.
But um, yeah, like so that's something that I found like pretty admirable about you is like you got this cabin, you're out there in the wilderness, there's dangerous wildlife around you. Not like me. I'm in the ocean. I choose to go out on a day by day basis, and it's luxurious where um, fish don't have fingers. You know, they can't grab you. Um, they
That we
don't.
know of. That we know
That
of.
we know of.
We've only explored like 5-10% of the ocean. I'm sure there's something crazy
Yeah,
happening.
and fish are relatively silent. If they could roar, they might be a lot more frightening. But you're dealing with bears. I know. Coyotes,
Mountain
foxes,
lions.
mountain lions, stuff that could truly uh, that kind of no man. You know, like fish are different, but these creatures have hunted man before. So you're in a different scenario.
Yeah,
How like do you like that?
I do.
Yeah,
Sometimes I'm walking around on my property and I hear like heavy footsteps of like something that weighs a lot, like a couple hundred
yeah.
pounds. And I'm like, what is that? And you can't see anything because there's trees all around you.
Hmm.
And that freaks you out a little bit. I'm sure it's just a big deer. Because like a mountain lion or something, they're gonna be like you're not gonna hear it.
Yeah, right. They got soft feet.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking like this morning I was walking up around my property. I was like, there's probably a bobcat just like watching me right now. Like, and I would have no idea. They're just blended in because I have cats and sometimes I don't see Kiki for like a full day. I'm like, where the heck is she? She's just like hiding
Yeah.
somewhere. And then out of the corner of my eye, I'll see her like jump out from somewhere. I'm like, so there's
Yeah.
those in my yard, but 200 pounds.
Oh
Um,
my God.
but
Yeah.
I make sure I have ways to protect myself. Yeah, so
Good. Yeah. Um, I I think it's like did I don't know you because you lived in upstate New York too. Were you exposed to the same level of nature? Um.
not the same level, but we were like right outside of the suburbs of Syracuse, like a fairly big city.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Um, so outside of this town, we were like on the outskirts of the town. That's where all the farms and stuff were. So my
Yeah.
neighbors in the direction of um, out of town had like cows and horses and farm stuff. And then
Yeah.
we would have the kind of nature. We had a few acres growing up, so a decent amount of land behind us. And we'd have like coy dogs. So it's like a very small wolf, and they would run in packs and they'd make this like really eerie kind of sound when they're all like communicating to each other. And then when they
Really?
find, yeah, it's creepy at night.
I've never heard of this before.
Yeah, maybe look it up on,
Koi dogs?
yeah, coy dogs.
Is that
Um,
coyote dogs or
oh, maybe, yeah,
that's
I,
cool.
yeah. And then
Yeah, I
when
never heard of
they
that before.
when they find like something that they've killed, they let everyone know. All the coy dogs know,
Oh,
and they all come. So you hear that at night. This like creepy sound. But they're too small to go
wow.
after a human or anything. I
Oh,
saw
okay.
I had a tree house in the backyard, and so I would sleep out there like all summer. And one night I heard like some crunching of the leaves underneath me. So I look out the window, and about this big, I see this rat-looking creature with like the long naked tail, and it's a giant white possum.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
And is that big? Like that
Yeah.
you could have confused it for like a dog or something?
No, it was definitely 100% a possum.
Wow. That's pretty funny.
And then some days in the morning, wake up in the treehouse, and there's like a clearing, and you'd see deer just like walking around. It's very pretty.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. So
Uh, I love
nothing
deer.
really. Yeah, deer are beautiful. Nothing really that can kill you there. But yeah, here there's definitely some dangerous things.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, we got
You have like
bears,
rattlesnakes too.
rattlesnakes. I saw a spider this big in my
What was it
driveway.
doing?
It was just hanging out. It
Letting
it
you know.
looked it looked fake.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's a different land out there.
Yeah.
Um, that's cool. Do you like I don't know, like what, because you did it, you bought the cabin and you felt the calling to do it. Um, what what was that? Like why? Um,
Mm. Um, I think living in a city, it definitely drove me to want to do this.
mhm.
And I kind of had this thought in my mind for the past few years. I was like, I really like as an artist, I can't look out my window in my studio and see the side of another building. Like that is so
Yeah, yeah,
uninspiring. Like here, looking this way, I've got mountains. The mountain that I'm on, I'm looking like up that mountain.
oh,
Uh,
nice.
Looking that way, I always see like deer walking down, and then behind me, those big windows.
Mhm.
Um, Mount Nebo. It's a beautiful national park. I have a view of that mountain, out that window, and
Wow, okay.
yeah, it's
I've seen
like
some of the photos on your Instagram.
yeah,
Stunning.
yeah.
Beautiful.
The photos,
Looks
I
warm.
yeah, yeah. The photos don't do it justice, because when you take the photo, it kind of like shrinks it
Yeah,
down. Like if you could see
I
out there,
understand.
the mountain, it just takes up the whole view, and it's like yeah, it's incredible. Um, but yeah, it's just being a creative person, being surrounded by nature and beauty. I feel so much better. I feel like inspired.
Yeah,
Um, and yeah, I think everyone needs like a bit of that. If you don't live there full time, make sure you go and experience it for vacation at least like once a year or something. Like
yeah,
you'll change. I'm sure being out in the water, seeing the view of the mist in the morning and the colors, like that's just like you have that feeling inside. You're like, wow, I can like breathe fresh air, taking in the
yeah,
beauty of nature.
yeah. I I have a theory that um being a person and seeing the unknown, having access to seeing the unknown, uh it gives you like internal desires to want to like pioneer or create, to build. Like it lets you like ask the questions, what can I put here? Like what can I do? I feel like everyone has the same access of looking up at the stars. Unfortunately, at the cities, you can't see as many stars. Um,
Mhm.
but but being out to look out on an unfathomable horizon of just like vastness, that's I feel like that's what lets you kind of create. I don't know. It's like whatever kind of impression you get from that is like I feel like humans are just built to build, and we see empty space and we want to put something there. And if you see a lot of space, your dreams can be even bigger or something. I don't know. Like,
It's interesting. Yeah, being out here has given me some other like kind of story ideas and some kind of thoughts of like some projects that I want to do in the future. Um, it's like I have all these like little stories, and even like my neighbor who's he's like probably 80 years old. He's like such an interesting like old guy who's like helped me out with a couple things. Like
that's cool.
I want to like make a comic or like do something with that experience. So, yeah, I think it's like what you're saying, like you see nature and you want to create something, whether it's like a physical thing or it's, making
Yeah.
your putting it down in some story or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Um, I had a question.
Yeah.
Um, has imagination for you come and gone, or
Um,
has it been always constant?
I think it's been kind of constant. I think that's something I've been pretty lucky with. Like as you go through stages of life, like I think all kids are born like really creative. You're in this new world and you're just imagination.
Yeah.
And if you can hold on to that imagination for as long as possible into adulthood, and then as an artist, you can tap into that, um, then that's what we should strive for. Like I think of like
Yeah.
Miyazaki, he's like old, creative, just
Yeah.
incredible imagination. So yeah, I think I'm lucky that I've been able to keep that, and I've been able to tap into that. I'm a 30-year-old kid, still like I think
Yeah.
I consciously do some things that bring me back to childhood. Like we were talking about like video games and stuff. Like
Hmm.
I always buy like the latest Mario game and I play it
Yeah.
because it like brings me back to childhood, and that imagination and the creativity in those games are just so much fun. I buy a Lego set once in a while. At least once a year, I'll buy a Lego set and just to like bring me back to like that creativity and building something. Um,
That's cool.
yeah, so I do things consciously to um, keep that imagination going. And whenever I do have a creative idea, I jot it down and it's like, okay, this is like, I can turn this into a story or like a little video game or, something someday that I'll do.
Are you a big note taker?
Uh, yeah, I don't journal or like have a diary or anything like that, but like major
Hmm.
events, thoughts that I have, I make sure I put it down somewhere because drawing from
Yeah.
those real life experiences will make you a better artist. And putting those experiences into your work. Um, that's also kind of why I was like willing to like take this risk, like just buy a cabin in the middle of nowhere on a
Yeah.
mountain, like even if it doesn't work out and I hate it and I feel like alone or something,
Hmm.
that'll be an experience that I can put into my artwork and I can channel that what I'm feeling, and that'll just make me a
Yeah.
better artist. How do you feel about like creativity, like channeling that and capturing that, putting it into your work?
Um, I it's sometimes it can be on and off on a professional basis. Like I have systems to produce something. Um, but I feel like times of like true creativity, it has a relationship with passion and health. um, where like if I'm super passionate, um, if like I'm having a good time and it's like all the stars align. I have like moments of clairvoyance, um, where I can like see something and then it's temporary. It only lasts like it could last only a couple seconds or something, and then I can spend a long time chasing that. Um, Professionally, I definitely have systems of just being able to combine references and organize and just create and be playful that way. Um, but I feel like stuff of actual meaning, it takes building either like meaningful experience, uh, and it's much more rare or something. I don't know.
Are you
Um,
someone who can um picture something in your mind and then paint it? Or are you someone who has to mess around, sketch, and kind of create a mess and discover something in the mess? Like for me, I'm like
mhm.
sometimes I can picture something and then I just paint it. Sometimes I can't picture it for the life of me and I have to like sketch around and try to discover it. So I'm kind of like
Yeah,
a bit of both. What about you?
I feel like there's always been like there's sometimes I can see like a clear picture. It's just sometimes, but more often than not, it's um like chasing a feeling or something. Like I
Mhm.
mentioned that like sight of clairvoyance. It's like um I remember I was in like a steam room
Like a
and
sauna?
I didn't want to like a sauna, but it's like all steam and you can't see in front of you or anything.
Oh,
It's kind of similar to being out on the water and you can't tell like the horizon line from the sky or anything, and it's all just blended together.
are you in
And
there butt naked?
no,
No.
I had swim trunks on. It
Okay.
was like sauna or the steam room to like cold plunge, and I would just keep doing that over and over.
Jesus.
Uh, it was a good time. Um,
I want to try that. I hear about the cold plunge, but it's oh, yeah.
yeah, it was an awesome opportunity, and uh, Iris got us to do it. Um, so it was awesome. But like we're both in different sections of the facility, like men and women, and
Mhm.
yeah. So I love it blends into another question I want to ask you, but like I love these moments of isolation, and to cut off your senses, essentially, like
Mhm.
and opportunities to breathe and to feel. And I feel like those are the times where I see like what really matters, like what something like what the deepest parts of my head are telling me what to create, like because it needs to be created or something. um so those are the moments that I absolutely chase for.
It's
um
interesting.
yeah, I have a good time. It's like and then they're just feelings. It could be like a picture or something, but it's never a real picture. So the moment I like try and make sense of it, it does have to be unraveled, um, sketched out multiple times over, and like designing is part of it. I've never had a situation where I see something exactly in my head and I'm able to illustrate it perfectly. Um, Never, not once.
Wow. Yeah, I think forever we'll be chasing that. I think that's what makes art so interesting because you can never accomplish it. You
Yeah,
don't become just like, oh, I've master painter now. Like just give me the award and then like I'm good. It's like, nope, it's
yeah,
still not quite as good as you want. You can always learn something else to add to it. You see all the weaknesses and see for the rest of our lives we're chasing something and Yeah,
Yeah.
it's beautiful and inspiring.
Yeah. I was like absolutely so blessed to be able to create. Um,
Mhm.
that's yeah, very grateful. Um, can I take a moment to use the restroom? Is that cool?
Yeah, yeah, we'll pause
Could we
it.
like, yeah, is that cool? Pause.
Yeah, I'll go too. All right, we're back.
Okay. Um, so what we were talking about last leads me to my next question,
Yeah,
which is how important is isolation to you?
I 100% need a pretty decent amount of isolation. I need to lock myself away and um,
Yeah.
deal with an artistic problem or deal with something that I just need to like think through, and I can't have the distractions of you know family, friends, and people all around me. Like um, sometimes you um, like for art, I'll be like struggling through a design problem, and I'll start to figure it out, and then it's like dinner time, and then someone's we gotta like we gotta
Yeah.
have dinner plans or something. I'm like, ah, shit. But if you are like isolated, you're like, okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep going. I'm figuring this out. I'm like in the zone. I'll eat dinner
No
later, or I'll just
interruptions.
get a snack. Yeah. As like a creative person, I think
Mm,
you need that,
mm,
and you need people in your life that
I
understand.
agree.
Yeah. Similar for you.
Do you, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Um I've had my biggest breakthroughs in art after even just taking like well on the larger end of things, like I've gone entire months and at one point almost a whole year without either totally isolating from friends or uh and the closer you are to me, the less I'll isolate from. But on like moments of full isolation is where I've at least been able to be the most honest with myself. So, which has led to the most uh, deep and impactful uh, pieces of development within my own art.
Wow.
So I
So
think it's
you'll isolate
important.
for months at a time or almost a year sometimes.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah, it sucks, but it's also awesome. Like
Yeah. Um,
I I like it's led me to question like how important it is because I can't shake my head that it's just part of me or something. I really can't shake it. It
mhm.
uh and like I've definitely sacrificed opportunities to spend time with friends or like make some relationships better or something. I've ignored texts for like weeks at a time or something.
Mhm.
And with the text, the more closer you are to me too, like the more chances I'll ignore it because I actually care about the text. Like shove it to the side.
Yeah. It,
Sucks.
it's
I
like you can't,
I feel like I gotta change that.
it's like you don't want to like your brain is so focused on this one thing, you don't want to distract yourself, like getting
Yeah,
involved in some text or something. Yeah, I do that as well. Like I'll
yeah,
just ignore emails for weeks or text messages, and it's not that I don't care. It's just I just can't. I just want to put like if you're asking me something, I care about that and I want to put my time and energy into that.
yeah,
Um, and if I answer it right now, I know I'm not going to put the right amount of time into that. So by
yeah.
waiting, I'll get to it and then you get my full attention.
Good. That's what I gotta say,
Yeah.
to be honest.
Yeah.
And I wish other people could understand it fully too.
Yeah.
Um,
I don't think non-artists will ever understand that. People who aren't creative, they're not
I
gonna
think
get it.
everyone's an artist.
Really.
Yeah, it's my radical thought.
Mhm. Even like
Or
app developers, like uh
for sure. Yeah, what does that designing code, thinking of what's hasn't been made? Uh, I know there's some industries that their creativeness has been so suppressed that I feel like so sad for them. But yeah, I think every industry everywhere has need for creativity,
yeah. Yeah,
and
I'd
art
agree.
comes in many forms.
Hmm.
I yeah. So I don't know. Back to isolation. I think it's important. Um, I think it's really important. Uh, I don't know how anyone's supposed to like develop their true self without moments of isolation. Um, it's like moments to reflect on themselves and really choose who they want to be, instead of letting all these voices kind of from like outside different perspectives and stuff. Um, you know, if you never take a break from that and truly reflect, then you're just at the whim of everyone's opinions.
Yeah.
Um,
They've done studies where they've studied children and how they grow up.
mm,
Um Kids who are more spend more time alone become more creative.
really?
Kids that they're always involved in like this activity, and then you go to soccer practice, and then you have youth group, and then like someone who has all that stuff just like plan their full day, they don't have that time alone to be bored, to and in that time when they're bored, they'll find ways to entertain themselves. They'll like
Mm,
they'll draw, they'll build, they'll create stuff. And
yeah,
so I spent a lot of time alone, and like both my parents worked, so I would come home to an empty house, and I would just be drawing, building, playing in the yard by myself.
yeah, I can relate to that.
Did you
Um,
did you have a key that you brought to school and you let yourself in?
no, what do you call yourselves? Latchkey kids?
Yeah. Yeah. Just no
No, I
parents
never.
around you. It's all on you to get home. Hopefully no one kidnaps you.
No, but I just had the garage code. I was a
Oh, nice.
garage code kid. But no,
Remember
my like
remember that
my
code.
mom. I yeah, I do remember the code. Yeah,
I would not be able to.
yeah,
I'd have to like write it on my get a tattoo.
yeah. I could still get in. Um,
Nice.
but but both my parents worked really hard and very long hours. Uh, so my mom would be home when I got home, but she'd be working very hard on developing her business, and yeah, it's pretty awesome. She was a huge inspiration and motivation because I got to see her working firsthand, and you know, if I see like my mom working hard, then I wanted to work hard too. So
Mhm.
it felt pretty cool in having that sort of relationship. Um, but yeah,
I wanted to ask you a little bit about, like we talked about, kind of searching and finding the image that's in your head. Can you
yeah.
talk more about like your process for art? and like what tools you use. I know you do like some VR and like drawing over that. Just yeah, talk about like
Mhm.
you get an assignment at work, what's that like, and then how do you proceed?
Yeah. It always depends on the assignment. Um, and I have preferences, absolutely. But you know, the production is the ultimate decision in how I'm allowed to execute some stuff.
Really?
Um, yeah, for sure. I mean, because like my way of doing things takes forever. I'm sorry. It does.
If you want the Justin magic, you have to wait for it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, and it's something I just constantly wrestle with in jobs. I like I like spending time sketching. Uh, I I like and then rough sketches. Sketches you're not meant to show anybody. And then I like spending time in virtual reality. And it's another one of those times of like isolation. I like to fully wrap my head around a project. Um, if I I love spending time in the world that on a level that I don't even I can kind of grasp it in 3D, but virtual reality is where I can like truly, you know, cover my eyes, cover my ears. I'm in it. Like there's nothing. I don't know. It's kind of weird. It's a little weird, but yeah. I like to figure out the world in Gravity Sketch in sometimes Medium, but mostly Gravity Sketch. Gravity Sketch is an awesome tool. Um, and I like to figure it out. I like to figure out the whole world. Um, I like doing practicing level design, giving little level design pitches. Um, and what I care most about is the relationship of symbolic architectures um, and creating emotions that run through a level um, that inspire a player's creativity and their freedom and all the emotions I want to give them. I I like it takes time. It takes time to plot out this network because drive the story home for the narrative, set them like bounce off their ideas and just make something that's successful is the goal. Um, I'll paint after,
Mhm.
and I'm still working out a process that involves Gravity Sketch and Blender, and really setting it up to be the easiest paint over is something that hasn't hit home yet. But yeah, I like to make sense of the map first and make sure that when I'm designing stuff, I know why I'm designing it, like the emotion, the exact emotion that not only like you see in the frame, but you see behind the frame. Because in video games, this matters. The whole 360 panoramic vision and the context of like your spot on the map, the spot you're going to be in, and the spot you were in before, and all the other spots that are around that you get to explore. They all matter so much because you can never plan how like a player fully interacts with the space. And if you want to inspire them, then you create like enough opportunities for them to love it on their own and have their own like personal experience. Uh, yeah, lost my
Yeah,
train of thought, kind of, but
no, that's awesome, and that's something that's different than animation. A lot of times, animation we're creating just that perfect shot.
yeah,
Um, and you're not like, who cares what's over here, or what's over here, or what's in the
yeah,
background. It's just going to be a matte painting. It doesn't matter.
hmm,
Um, but I relate to what you say, kind of figuring something out in 3D, getting in there, moving around the viewer experience.
yeah,
Because related to animation and my job, um, I think I have a similar thought process. Like when I'm given a location or part of the script to design, I will think about the camera, how the camera moves through the space, how the character will move through the space, the different shots that are interesting and engaging. Um, and then
Hmm.
I might build it out quickly in 3D, and then that'll help me to kind of visualize everything. And then I'll sometimes either I'll build it or I'll just sketch it like a storyboard. But then I paint those shots and thinking about
Yeah.
the emotion, like what you were saying, the emotional
Hmm.
impact of going from here to here. How does that make you feel? Like what is the weather like? What is the time of
Yeah.
day? Does a cloud pass over and like block the sun? Um, what's in the
You're a
background?
genius with that stuff.
Uh, well, thank you. I try hard. I try to hit the emotions with the,
Yeah.
everything. You have all these tools. Is there a couple squirrels like sitting on a tree branch? Like how does that make you feel? It puts you into the scene.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So
Um, yeah, I love actually I don't want to like take away from the big thing that you said, but I love little moments because I feel like they make everything so much more personable. Like you mentioned the little squirrel in the tree. Yeah, that's like that person that either like I guess pauses the movie for you or just takes a detour to appreciate the surroundings and they get their own like personal experience with a project that's theirs and it's no one else's. And that's like I feel like that's very inspiring.
those
Um
little relatable moments. And I think that's something that's missing a lot from entertainment industry today. Like
mhm.
everything is like fast paced, like this funny clip, then this funny thing, like everything's in your
Yeah,
face. It's like we gotta keep everyone entertained. Like everything is like I call them like TikTok movies. That's what we're making now. It's like things are so
yeah.
fast paced.
We're on the exponential dopamine train
Yeah.
and it's not stopping.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's made me appreciate some of those quieter moments where you can just sit and you can experience um, the landscape or the character moving through a space and putting in those little things in the background. Um, you know how a sign animates, or those little like interesting things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I love
don't
that stuff.
I in theory, I believe in the simple composition, like in theory.
Mhm.
Um, but I love the chaos of an insanely crazy image and trying to balance it.
Yeah, it's about the
Um,
balance. You need both.
yeah. And I've like that's been like the number one hardship of my career. I feel like is just wanting to put everything into everything and then having people be like, no, can you pull back, dude? Chill. Like, one, that's too expensive. I get that.
Yep.
um, or two, it's like we don't need to do all that, so why do it or something? And then I feel like I'm on the other end, being like, because of the emotion, because of the, like, I want the players to feel the creativity, like, because if the player can comprehend the space or the movie watcher can fully comprehend the space and kids are smart. I mean adults are smart too, I guess, but kids are smarter. And um if they can't see like multiple levels past comprehension, I guess, then their imagination goes nowhere. So I feel like you need to paint the world and then like as you go out, stuff needs to be figured out enough to like enough circles around the main area that kind of let them imaginations go crazy trying to fill in the spaces with what's there, I guess. That's something I love about your paintings. Is like your impressions is you communicate that without designing, like putting in like the labor to like fully flesh out all the opportunities and feelings in a space. You just make that magic happen with like these impressions of things, and so you're very like economic about it. I love that.
Yeah, I think because like for what I do, I don't have to figure that stuff out, so I can imply it and then
Yeah,
let the viewer be like, "Oh, it's a distant village," and like just like the light hitting, they can imagine it, they can put it together in their
yeah.
head. But for you, it's like, oh, the character will actually go there and get to check that out. So I have to go and design all of that.
I try I try and sell it.
Yeah.
And it's like it's almost like unintentional. Um, like I definitely want to like see every project that I'm on like just explode into being way more explorable than it should have been. But um, because yeah, I have a tougher time with the impressions. Um,
Yeah, it's kind of like unlocking a different part of your brain, and we need both. Like I think we kind of come from slightly different approaches. Like you're more detail oriented and you figure out all those little things where I'm like I just want to like capture like the basic feeling and then I'll figure that stuff out later or I'll let someone else figure it out.
yeah,
So we'd be a
I
good
don't
team if we get to work together.
hypothetically we'd need a third person because you say like I don't I'm actually like on the production end of things. I mentioned earlier that I'm slow, so doing like actual like tight work is something I'm still very slow at. Uh, like communicating stuff to 3D artists. Um, like I love doing it. I'm just so damn slow at it. Um,
Yeah. Well, yeah,
but
we'll find the third person.
yeah, we need a third person.
Yeah. What projects have you been on? I know Squanch. Um, it's the Rick and Morty.
Yeah,
Rick and Morty created this game, right?
yeah, Justin Roiland.
Yeah. What else? What
And
else have you been on?
a lot of other folks too, not just Justin Roiland. But
Mm,
yeah, he owns the company.
yeah.
Um, I just want to mention that. But what what was the question?
What projects have you been on?
Okay. Well, I started on Adventure. Well, I started on Mech Quest of
Give,
Flash and
sorry, give me 1 second. A storm just came. I gotta close a window. One
okay,
second.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no worries.
Cool.
Okay, so the first was Mech Quest when I was in high school.
Mhm.
Um, that company that I spent all that time drawing for, they wanted to start me off on not the game that I wanted to work on, but one of their side games to kind of like give me a chance on. And and then after a couple months of working on that game, they moved me over to the game that I wanted to work on, Adventure Quest Worlds, and I loved it. I had a great time. Um, a I designed characters. I was a character artist, concept artist, and I guess artist because what I drew went directly into the game. I drew over templates of the characters, and then these templates were raked, and you could place them and use swords and stuff. So that was cool. Um, and then after that, I went to school to learn how to actually draw. Because I couldn't actually draw. I could use Flash. It's not the same thing as drawing. I actually sucked at drawing, and I thought I wanted to be a character designer too. I learned to love environments at FCD. After that, I did Superbook at a company called the Christian Broadcasting Network. After school, yeah, I offers that would put me into debt, and these people, my art director really went out on a limb to give me a chance, and I appreciate it so much. It's just a spat forward. I'm grateful. Love the guy. And I worked on that for 2.5 years, and even was able to get some of my friends on board. Misha Oplev and Orion Vang, fantastic artists. Um, After that was Squanch, High on Life. It's 2.5 years, and then a game called Divine Knockout, which I hopped on to pretty much the very end of the project, and I wasn't on it too long. And then after that, briefly a crypto game, which I worked on for exactly like 1 month or 2 months, I think, before they let everybody go.
This
And
sounds like a crypto game.
yeah, so sick experience, very awesome, very cool. Uh, could have been cool, could have sucked. I don't know.
By the way, do
uh,
you hear the storm right now?
Not at all. No.
Oh, okay, cool. Because it is
Yeah,
crazy. It's
it
pouring and
looks
it's hitting the
looks
metal roof.
sunny.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
it's like
epic.
very very high key storm.
Yeah, totally believe you. Nah, that's cool. That man, I love storms. Really
Yeah.
get the creative juices going. Um, you're taking a picture of it.
Yeah, since you don't believe me, I'll send it to you after.
Yeah, okay. Awesome. Um, yeah,
Okay,
so after
crypto
that,
game.
yeah, crypto game, super sick. And then now I'm at my current job, which I'm very grateful for. That I can't say anything about.
Oh yeah,
So, yeah.
cool. What's your dream project? Yeah, what's your dream project?
Okay. Uh, the two. Um, I think some kind of adaptation on Old Man in the Sea. I think would feel very rewarding. Um, I don't know whether a game or a film or like whatever captures the same kind of emotions that are captured in that book. I would love to help out on, um, as far as like projects that are, I guess, like not my own or something. But otherwise, I've had a personal project that I've been developing for a very long time. So that's my dream project. It's pretty special for me. Um, Therapeutic to work on. Um, yeah, have been developing it for just a very long time, and it's going to take like the rest of my life to finish it.
Wow.
So I'm pretty committed to it. Uh, can't really talk too much about it, I guess.
Yeah, keep it a secret until it comes out.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, Wait, I wrote something about it. Um, yeah, it's gonna take a lifetime to finish. And there's a workload sort of. There's a heavy workload involved, and I've set up a sort of system that helps me break down the project, and it's adaptable and dynamic for new learning. Um, so each of these sections gives me a lot of purpose to learning new things, and yeah, um,
So you're
it'll
using
take
it
a
as
long
a
time to
way
build.
to learn and you're doing everything yourself.
Yeah, yeah,
Wow, that's cool.
and yeah, I'm not. It's not a game. It's not a movie. Like really, it's just some art. So
It's awesome.
yeah,
And I was gonna
You?
ask about, oh, me?
Yeah.
Dream project. Yeah, my dream is to just I've got all these like little stories that I want to tell, so I want to tell them in a way. So like little animation clips, just capturing like a feeling, emotion that I've
Yeah.
gone through, designing a world, um, and just putting it
Yeah.
out there. I want to just create those. I love working with people too, so I have a couple great relationships with some
Yeah.
animation studios that kind of like my studio, just small little team of people, and so we can collaborate with them. And so I'm in the process of finishing those up, starting some new ones, and hopefully I can put them out there. Um, but
When did you step up to being a director?
um, I've never really been a director. I guess I'm the director of like my these little shorts that
Yeah.
I'm doing, and that was just recent. Like I wouldn't feel comfortable calling myself a director. But I
Okay.
guess
When did you step up to being a a person that could um either like share the workload or uh man, I'm losing the word for it.
like
But to split up the work, share amongst people, and count on people, and also I guess like people respect you enough to do it.
um it was after DreamWorks, so after like the Puss in Boots movie,
Mm,
that's when I started my studio, and I had to direct a short, so people had to follow me. I tried to hire like a great storyboard artist because I try to hire someone who's really great in all these disciplines. So I could
yeah.
have the overall vision, but like I'm not a master of everything. Like I need to hire the best people. And I'm a huge fan of doing that. Like I
Hmm.
think I know what I'm good at. Um,
Yeah.
I know what I'm not good at. So I'm gonna hire someone who I respect. I can just like tell them kind of what I'm thinking, and then I can let them go and do it. And um, I don't want to hire someone who I have to like, I'm not going to give them a lot of notes or anything. Like I just trust them to do the thing. And
Yeah.
so that's how I treat these projects. It's collaborative, and I want the best of everyone.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Um, Goals for you,
That's
like
cool.
it obviously that art project that you're going to spend your whole life on. Is there any other kind of
Yeah.
short term or long term major goals?
Yeah. Family. Um,
How many kids?
it's not up to me.
But if it was
Uh,
completely up to
what if it
you, like,
was?
yeah, you want a big family, small?
No, I don't. I don't know. I I know I want kids. Um, but to me, it doesn't matter the number. I guess.
That's cool. Yeah, I like
I
that.
think I'm pretty flexible.
Mhm.
Yes. Um, like I'm talk like I've talked to like so many friends that have entered like fatherhood, um, and a bit more rarely motherhood. Just I have a bit more guy friends, um, and I guess just trying to like mentally prepare. I used to like not want kids when I was younger, and now I see it. It's definitely changed. Yeah. Um,
And now that you're more secure and you've figured out your life a bit, now you can kind of see like, oh, I could
yeah.
take care of some mini Justins.
Yeah. So family, home, community. Those are my short, medium, and long term goals, I guess. Um, yeah, I see the man that owns that boat that I go on. Um, he's got a big family, and he's like he's a grandfather. Uh, all the kids like talk um, and either go fishing or spend time together. And not only that, but he's pulled together like a community of people of similar mindsets of growth, like growth, healthily, healthy growth sort of mindsets. Um, and yeah, I think that's something that I want. So
Yeah, that's beautiful. When when are you going to Europe next? Visit others?
maybe over Christmas. Um, we haven't like plotted out a day. We're both going to Lightbox. This
Mhm.
year's been way less flexible than prior years for us. One, she's stepping up uh, in her ever advancing career. She's freaking awesome.
Mhm.
Um, so she has like some wonderful opportunities that she's been real busy with. I started a new job this year that is a bit less flexible um, than some other ones. So this year's been a little bit more tough in figuring out how to spend a lot of time with each other. But
And you
um,
eventually want to move there, right? Both of
yeah,
you?
yeah,
Cool.
yeah. I've been trying it. It's either that or like talking talking about different solutions and stuff. It's tough, to be honest. It's long distance relationship life is pretty tough. Um, yeah, we're
Um,
figuring it out though.
and you guys have spent some time like working, living your lives together, and you're both
Yeah.
artists. So, ha is there like a mutual like understanding because you both have similar careers? Or has there been any difficulties that you've had to work through
Um,
schedule wise?
difficulties. Oh, schedule wise.
Like the work life kind of
Yeah. Um, all right, let me think. So it's wait, sorry, I'm like having trouble connecting the beginning question to
Oh, sorry, I probably
the
said
first the
it
first
badly.
question.
So when you
Wait,
guys are
the first
together,
question was like connection. Yeah.
um, you both have your art job, and we talked earlier about like sometimes you're in the creative zone, um, and sometimes you have to like you just have to focus and you have to like get through that. Um, like I imagine both of you have versions of that. Like
Yeah.
artists, we're weird. We have these like
Yeah.
weird schedules sometimes, like because you're both artists
Yeah.
and you're balancing each other's schedule. Is there mutual understanding? How do you, if there's
Yeah.
not, have you worked through that?
Yeah. I think that there's been a lot of understanding in like priorities, if she gets some big work commitment that's come up, uh I think I'm pretty easy going with that kind of stuff. Especially like we're not living together yet right now. So there's it's kind of hard to um have any sort of like, I guess, like expectation of regularity. We call in the morning and in the evening as like a regular thing, and then we usually will talk a lot. Otherwise, um, we both have like a ton of meetings. Um, So
Yeah. Both busy.
yeah,
So yeah.
yeah, especially this year. It's like I think we're both very grateful for our jobs. So and we both just wanted to been working hard so we can build our life and everything.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Um
awesome. You guys both seem very mature and
as far
like
as
you'd handle it very well. So
thanks. As far as like being with another artist is like no one's definitely no one's understood me more than she has. Um and that's very precious. Uh very precious. Um like love, love is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Um she has been with me through some extremely low points and willing to say stuff that to like willing to say stuff um that other people would never say um to like help bring me out of either like dark places or like um she's smart, you know
mhm.
she's very smart, and she helped convince me that I can be smart too. Uh, like with my past high school experience of failing classes and almost being a truant and stuff, I was pretty convinced that like I wasn't a smart guy. I'd never be a smart guy that's like reserved for smart people that were already decided to be smart and stuff. But now I she's just definitely opened my mind up to the possibilities of where like I can take my life, where we can take our life. Um, yeah, I don't know where I'd be without her, to be honest, because she's great.
That's awesome.
Love her. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Um, she like we take walks and um, like I love just looking at little things. I love seeing like the little animals,
Mhm.
like little insects, little leaves or sticks, or just I don't know, just noticing life uh and she does the same thing. Uh Crazy.
Yeah.
She doesn't get tired of me doing it or like, and in fact she makes it 100 times better because we can create stories while we're walking and like we both stretch each other's imagination. I feel uh and she also doesn't like necessarily like lock me down and into like just thinking about these small things. Like she doesn't like fishing, for example, but I've found to love it, and it satisfies a lot of parts of like life that I want to develop, and she's very encouraging of it too. So I couldn't ask for like anything more, honestly. And yeah, like in times where I've had to like super isolate myself, I know it's hard on her too. Um, and yeah, I'm just grateful. So
Yeah,
life, love. I don't know
that's great. Yeah, I'm super happy
what
for you guys. You
how
both are very like in touch with like nature, the small things, and yeah, it's really cool.
yeah, she's great. Super ambitious, super smart. Learn a lot from her. Uh, yeah. Um, What one thing fun we do that's like there's a Discord game. It's like Letter League, and we play that all the time. And as we create all these words and stuff, we make up stories for the words, and we've been doing that since things come out. It's like pretty regularly. It's pretty funny.
That's cool.
Um, yeah. How about you and like your relationship? Are you guys like moved in together now? Because I know she was going to school. Um,
Um, hmm. No, not currently. She's gonna come soon and check out the new place.
that's amazing.
Yeah, Carla will, she forces me to have some balance in my life. Otherwise, I neglect a lot. And I just, it's like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
I
be
hear
in
you.
super good shape and I'm gonna be working all the time like that, and everything else does not matter at all. Like if it's just me, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah,
So she
that
forces me to like, oh, get out, experience some things, like have some balance. Let's, go for a trip. Let's do some stuff. So
women.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
So
thank goodness.
mhm,
Because yeah, I've done the same thing. Yeah,
yeah.
thank
Uh,
thank it bring balance to our lives.
yep.
Because I would do the same thing. I just like I think I would be way worse with the isolation and everything. I just fully isolate, never speak to anybody.
Yeah.
She's
Sure.
always like hop into Discord calls with so and so, and I'm like, and I'm like, no. She's like, why? I'm like, I like that. I like them a lot. I'm just busy. I'm busy right now. She's like, no, come on. It's funny.
Um, what kind of are you someone who listens to podcasts?
Not many podcasts right now. No.
Okay.
Um,
Mostly music when you're working?
no books.
Oh,
I listen
audiobooks.
to music sometimes. Yeah, audiobooks. A lot of audiobooks. Yeah.
Mhm. What are a couple good ones?
A couple good ones. Worm at the Core is my favorite book. Um, right now I'm reading History of Western Philosophy, uh, which is pretty beefy and pretty good. Um, I I just read Man and His Symbols, uh, Carl Jung.
Oh,
Um, and like I mentioned earlier, Old Man in the Sea is probably like my favorite short story like book.
hmm.
Um, I don't read much fiction at all. I don't feel like it's like I get the same like satisfaction out of it. Um, but I really enjoy like nonfiction. There's like this whole world of knowledge and wisdom, like standing on the shoulders of giants. Um, and I like just scratching the surface of it all really.
Yeah.
Some other books I read James Gurney recommended a book called Sounds of Life that I really enjoyed too. Um, it's about bioacoustics and conservation. So that was a really interesting book. Um, Prisoners of Geography, and it's about geopolitics and about a lot of the sort of developing world and the conflicts that people are running into just based on geography and stuff. I think it's good for world builders. Um, yeah, I was never a reader like growing up and stuff.
Mhm.
Then I learned how to read. So
That's great.
Yeah.
That's a
Kind
good list. I'm gonna check some of those out.
yeah. How about you?
I haven't gotten into any books lately. Trying to think.
The
I
creative
tried.
act that you sent.
Oh yeah, that's the most recent one that has that I would recommend that has like significant impact on my life. I got into like these like self-help kind of books for a little bit, and I realized like I'm already doing everything they're saying like to the max. Like there's nothing they can tell me that's
They're like
better.
yeah, I hear you. There was a there's one book called Ego is the Enemy by Ryan Holiday.
Uh-huh.
Um and he says like and it's also a self-help book, personal development, you know. But he was mentioning that every book that you read that you don't like take something out of it and apply it to your own life is just some form of like self-indulgence, make yourself feel big or something.
Yeah, interesting. You know what? I have to go. I have an appointment. I get the oil
Okay.
changed in my car. So do you
Yeah.
do you want to? We could either do. All right, we are back. It's actually the next day for people watching this. I had to run and do a couple things, get some oil for my chainsaw, get the oil changed in my car. Um, yeah. So last night I split it, or I cut down a few trees. Um,
That's awesome.
yeah, dude, I wanted to
While it was
ask.
storming.
No, the storm passed pretty quickly, and then I cut down some trees
Yeah.
and um yeah, and then today I have to dig a hole and fix a pipe underground,
Sick.
and then I want to cut some more trees. Um, yeah, it's fun. I'm learning how to like do all this like handyman stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
that's cool.
yeah,
Your cat was just in the background too.
yeah.
I
They
don't know if
in
you
the
caught him.
morning they are crazy. Like if you saw me like yesterday when we were talking, if I was like looking down and like doing stuff, is because they were attacking my feet, and I was trying to like give them toys to play with.
That's funny.
Um, yeah, they're like nuts for the first 3 hours in the morning, and then they're kind of chill the rest of the day.
Yeah.
Do you have any
The babies.
pets?
My parents have a cat.
Cute.
He's pretty cute. Yeah. I love him.
That's
Talks a
awesome.
lot.
You talk
But
back.
in yeah, of course.
Yes.
It's so rude. How
Yeah,
could you just ignore him?
I know.
No, it's cool because he talks a lot, but it's not like a bothering kind of talk. He's just like another person, you know. Like he just walks around talking. Not he doesn't want anything. He just wants to say hi.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Um, I
he's a
think
good
I
boy.
can like the my orange cat. I I'm pretty sure I know when he wants food. 'Cause he makes he the way he meows, I think I can understand. It's like that's his I want food meow.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So yeah.
And it's that
Anyways,
time.
yeah. I wanted to ask you about what you thought about the future of games, um, kind of games in general,
Yeah,
and then also like the future of the industry, like if you've seen any changes in the past 5-10 years of you doing this,
yeah.
where you think things are going. So yeah, what do you
Okay.
think?
It's gonna be hard to like organize my thoughts pretty quickly on this one.
Yeah.
So it might come out like a big mess like just word vomit. I don't
Okay.
know. Um, but I think I think in the short term, if games like it, uh, here's the AI part, you know.
Yeah.
Um, but if we keep going down this road of studios looking into AI, and if AI is being proven to be a success as far as making money, um, then the all the big studios are probably going to be dominated by it. Um, whether it's part of your workflow or um, it if it completely takes jobs, I don't know. It's like too hard to say now.
Mhm.
Uh, it's not how I feel, and like what my gut feels is that like I don't know, companies get larger and larger, they get more and more bureaucratic, and the and they become more homogenous, more neutralized, and more catered to a sort of globalist market. Um, and I think this is the same problem with AI pretty much, is that it's biased. Um, so I don't think all of that is going away anytime soon. Um, but I guess I hope to see like a reinvigoration of um the indie scene, um of people with passion making projects that speak to um their communities, um because I don't know, I've seen smaller teams be more productive than larger teams, um and I think we've also seen that in our industry recently. Every company has sort of been like mass letting people go. They want to get more lean. Um, so yeah, I don't know. I hope to see more companies. I want more diversification. Um, and I'd like to see more opportunity for junior artists too, because right now that whole area of the market is kind of getting screwed up.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Um,
have similar thoughts to you. I think it's kind of like the flying car thing. Um, like 20 years ago we were like, oh, in 2020 we'll have flying cars, and then that
yeah,
it didn't happen. Maybe there's a couple like test cars or whatever. So it's like oh, and um in 2025 everything will be taken over by, well, I guess that's next year. Jesus. Maybe okay, maybe 2030. Where did those years go? Uh
man,
in 2030, the world will just be taken over by AI and will be controlled by like
no,
these big corporations. I don't think it's going to be like that. I think it's going to be maybe smaller teams, slightly smaller teams, but we're using AI in a way that makes our life a little bit easier. Like you can already see it with some of the Photoshop um, things where you can like lasso something and then it'll get rid of an object for you.
mm,
It's like it's a helpful tool, and I don't think tools like that are harmful for artists. They make our lives a little bit easier. Um, so if that's the case, then we'll be able to make more games, more movies, and we'll see hopefully like a boom in the entertainment. Um,
yeah,
so
what,
yeah, that's the optimistic way of looking at it, and I think that's
yeah.
what's going to happen. I'm hoping that's what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, and then moving away from AI, this is like the problem uh with much more games too is uh there's so many games that come out today. It's a huge market, grows and grows and grows. It by far past the the film industry
Yeah.
as far as making money. I don't know if like cultural significance uh I can't weigh in on that, but um it's only the top games that are pulling in all this money. Um and I don't know if making more games is going to uh like I don't know how easy it is for the indie game developer right now, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Because the top games are pulling in the money. Um and you see people are definitely fighting for these top game positions. And if they don't get that top game position, and if they don't get a player count that's great, then the game is doomed. Um, at least for multiplayer games. Um, single player, different story, maybe. But
Yeah. I have a friend um kind of dealing with that right now. He was at Blizzard for 5, 6 years working on this game, and they just they just decided to
yeah,
cancel it. And I don't know, that was like 5 years of your life working on something and then have it just be canceled and not be
yeah,
able to share any of your art or anything. Like that was
yeah.
like pretty heartbreaking for him. And then like I couldn't imagine. Like I would be so pissed and disappointed if I did that or if that happened
I
to me.
think it's
Um,
hard. I've been so lucky that pretty much all the projects that I've been on for long term have come out. Um, very lucky for that.
yeah.
And yeah, I know people who've been working for a long time and they've never been able to show anything. Like,
Like even the game comes out and they can't show.
yeah, either that or just no like nothing they've worked on will come to fruition or
Yeah.
like it just won't get published. So,
I don't think we should ever sign a contract that says that, you know, when the game comes out, we still can't show our work. I think that's
I agree.
super selfish of the studio because that's how we get new work. That's how we get our next job. Like unless that
Yeah,
studio wants to pay us a ton of money and guarantee us a job for like 20 years or something, but
yeah,
they're not going to do that. So,
yeah. Yeah, that part's crazy. It's again and I don't know, not all indie companies will probably work this way,
mhm.
but the smaller the company, the more personal the relationships are, and I think the more accommodating they're willing to be. I mean, they don't have like I don't know. There's definitely luxuries in large studios. Um, but yeah, like I remember Squanch Games, like I asked them if I can show my work. Took them a while to respond and everything, sure. Um, I mean, when I say a while, it's like 3 months, so it's not long at all. And uh, and they're just like, yeah, just share everything. Why not?
Oh, cool.
Like even the shitty sketches,
Mhm.
like not shitty. You gotta stop saying that.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean. And like that's like how it should be. It would be like authentic and showing the true development process of games with people, not just showing the stuff that's published. Um, so I get it. They want to hold on to the idea so players don't get upset if something isn't in the game, which is stupid. And in my opinion. I don't like that reasoning. Treats the players like they're stupid or something. I
Yeah.
don't like that. So, um,
Mhm. There's I think a couple studios that I worked for that um and when I like signed on to the movie in like the stack of like documents I have to sign, like one of them was sharing your work, and uh they were like you can only share 10 pieces. They have to be approved by us. They have to have like our watermark on them. And I signed all the papers except for those. It's like I'm not going to sign that,
yeah,
and they didn't say anything. Um, and then
yeah,
I shared my work after the movie, and it was fine. No one said anything to me.
there you go.
Yeah. So
Um, I think it makes sense if you're a tyrant or something
mm,
to
yeah,
to tell people to do all that stuff, but that sucks.
yeah. And also, you want to try to put yourself in a position where you have the where you're okay with saying no. So
Yeah,
maybe the studio just overlooked that. Or maybe they're like, well, if we Zach obviously didn't sign these because he didn't want to. If we make him do that, he might leave the project. Um,
yeah.
which
Do
I
you
think I would have.
do you make a lot of amendments to your contracts when you get them, or do you try?
No, usually they're usually they're very fair, and they seem
Mhm.
very reasonable. I don't have any issues. Um, even now I don't even argue with pay usually, unless I'm not gonna lowball myself, or I'm
Yeah,
not gonna let them pay me like something that's not, because I kind of know my worth now. um but yeah, usually the contracts are very good, but more like like starting out, um well, okay. Projects where I was in more of a leadership role, then I had to negotiate more and be like, no, if I'm going to be sitting in
hmm
meetings for 8 hours a day, and then you want me to work, touch base on the weekend and stuff like that, you guys have to give me a couple bonuses. You have to, pay me a
yeah.
bit more. You got to do something. Otherwise, I'll just be a visitive artist and
Right.
not have to deal with all that. Um, how about you with contracts? What have you encountered?
I can't remember anything specific, but I've had some stuff taken out of contracts in the past. Um,
Mhm.
I've always tried to negotiate for equity too on projects,
Oh,
um, which is more flexible in the indie space. Um, and I'm not so sure at larger studios or not. Um, I wanted to ask you about that too. Um,
that's super smart. I'm glad you mentioned that. There's one project, a smaller studio, and they couldn't pay me um what I what I would normally get paid. So
mhm,
they offered me a percentage in uh merchandise. So
mm,
if this thing
that's cool.
becomes something big and they're selling lots of toys, then I get
Yeah,
a percentage. Which is, if it turns out to be something, then that's way better than just my salary.
yeah. Did do you think it made you work harder
Yeah,
getting equity?
definitely.
Yeah,
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's like if you are compensated well, fairly, it's motivating. It's a little bit extra motivation for you to be like,
yeah,
um, yeah, they're putting a lot into me. Like I want to produce a lot. I'll always, no matter what, I'll always try my best, but
yeah.
it doesn't
Likewise.
make me want to work hard for a company that's like lowballing you or trying to jip you in some ways, you know?
Yeah, yeah. Um, Outside of contracts, one last thing I just thought of for the future of video games is like computers are becoming better and better. And it like sure graphics are going to improve, but the opportunity for generative art within video games is I think that's going to become way more popular. Like you see it in like games like Warframe with generative dungeons. Like a
What
lot a
can
lot
you
of games have like
the generative part?
um I guess like process trees. I'm not I'm not a coder, I'm not a designer,
Yeah.
but
See,
essentially like process and logic trees that allow for randomized experiences and um the more information that they can stack on these things and make these things talk to each other, I think is going to allow for much more personable and unique experiences per player. Like Minecraft was huge because of the generative worlds. Um and they just keep making it more and more complex, you know. Just
yeah.
having these different biomes talking to each other and saying like, okay, if I'm here and you're here, then what do we make in between? And yeah, and doesn't apply to just maps, but like characters and weapons or gadgets. And these are all like super straightforward, linear uh, things that are already in games, but they could be talking in different kinds of ways that we're not even thinking about. Um, so that's exciting. That's like really exciting to me,
Yeah,
and
that's
I think
cool.
it goes hand in hand with the idea of AI. Um,
Mhm.
whether AI is a part of that process or not.
Yeah.
So,
AI will be able to, I imagine it'd be able to be like if you're in an exploring game and AI notices that you like exploring villages, it might generate more villages or give you more of those
yeah,
experiences.
totally.
Yeah.
Skyrim would be totally different. Um, what one thing I think of a lot is like the future of films. I'm thinking like I see people in Discord watching films together all the time.
Hmm.
Um, and I have a feeling that they're gonna put like those little dancing elf videos doing Christmas, put their face on the elf's face,
Oh
and
yeah.
and you watch your whole family dance.
Uh-huh.
I think they're gonna I think they're gonna do that with movies, and you're gonna see like, oh, like your friend's the main character of like Zoolander today, and I'm the other guy,
Oh my gosh.
and yeah, I think that's how movies are gonna evolve. I also think they're gonna change movie theaters vertical screen formats,
Oh, why is that?
so because of the phones,
Oh,
TikTok.
oh no.
Yeah, I think you're gonna get vertical movie theaters.
Wow. Do you think we're gonna have movie theaters or the movie theater is just gonna evolve? Because I kind of feel like
That's a good
the past
question.
couple of years I've gone to movies and like no one is in there. I can pick any seat I
Yeah,
want. There's just like maybe five other people in there. It's
yeah,
crazy.
likewise. I love the movie theater so much. Um,
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice experience. Like, oh, a new movie comes out, you get to go see it on a big screen and
yeah, it's different.
yeah.
Um, how do you think they'll change? I can't think of a way. Or
Um,
do you think they're just gonna disappear?
yeah, I feel like they'll disappear. It'll be like what was the movie rental store?
Blockbuster,
Yeah, it'll be like Blockbuster.
Hollywood Home Video.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they'll
Yeah,
just go away. People don't want to leave their house. People don't want to. I went to a movie and I visited LA recently. Man, we're gonna talk shit on LA again.
Hell yeah.
But it was all right. It was $20 per ticket for the
Yeah,
movie.
that's
20
pricey.
$20 for parking. And then we got popcorn and a drink, another $20. Three of us
Yeah,
went. It was like $100 to go see a movie. I was like,
yeah,
that is unbelievable.
that's nuts.
Um,
I always went on like discount ticket Tuesdays or something
yeah,
in LA.
yeah.
Uh,
Um,
now
and
I'm not like close enough to a theater to like go regularly, but
yeah, there's a theater close to me. It's 750 for a movie.
good deal.
Yeah,
That's how
I
it
was
should
like,
be.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go
The
see
food
every
prices are
movie.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you sneak in food?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Sneak in some beers, sneak in some
yeah,
snacks. I
yeah.
wear my cargo pants, just fill the pockets.
That's funny.
Yeah. Dude, I
I
am
always
cheap.
bring in the little pretzel M&Ms. Uh,
Pretzel M&Ms?
yeah, have you ever tried
No.
those?
That sounds
Yeah, they're
amazing though.
good.
Like pretzel
Yeah,
and chocolate,
that's
I know is like the best combination.
oh yeah. Yeah, so that's my movie theater food.
Nice. I'll have to look
Yeah.
for those at the store.
Um yeah, I really enjoyed the theater in LA actually. So here's me not talking shit about
Oh,
LA.
nice. What theater did you go to?
The one in Burbank, um
In the mall
next
there?
to the Batman statue. I don't remember the name, but yeah,
Oh,
it's a nice theater. Uh I watched a lot of movies there because they had like IMAX and whatever laser beam uh like screens.
mhm.
So
Yeah.
um
I would always run
yeah.
into people like in our industry there. I'd go see a movie and then I'd see someone
Hmm.
I know. I
I
saw,
met
oh,
oh
go
sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
No, yeah.
I saw some Studio Trigger movie. I forgot what it was. It was like firefighters and something, but it was yeah, it was like a cool like anime kind of thing. I will never see an anime movie in a theater ever again. It
What?
was
Wait, why?
it was unbelievable. Everyone was like dressed up as something in the theater,
Oh,
and the whole time people were just like screaming because they're
really?
like uber fans of like
W-
I don't know the voice actors or like I don't even know. It was so weird. It was like Comic-Con, just
Was it
like
like some kind of special event? Uh,
it was opening weekend of the movie, I guess. But
okay.
yeah, it was just unbelievable. I was the most normal like dressed person there. Like everyone had just yeah, it was Comic-Con jammed into a movie theater and constant screaming. Like
That's funny.
when like the sexy male character like showed up on screen, like everyone is just like screaming. I'm like, Jesus, man, get me out of here.
What's your top anime movie?
Um, I haven't watched much in a while. This the Studio Ghibli count is that as anime?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Um, yeah, I would say probably like Howl's Moving Castle or something.
yeah. That's what I mean by generative maps and stuff. Like the how that whole castle. Like I'm not gonna spoil it for,
Oh, I mean, it's been out for
but
so if you haven't seen it, like shame on you.
yeah, okay. But yeah,
Um,
just how like the whole castle will just move to accommodate your needs and everything.
oh
Like
yeah.
that's what I want to see in video games.
Hmm.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah. Oh,
Um,
one other thought on we're talking about like future of games and stuff. I kind of picture entertainment industry kind of splitting apart. Like one half will fully embrace AI and just making stuff really quick and just to please the audience and to generate a lot of money.
Yeah.
Um, and then the other half will be very handmade. It'll go almost backwards, using less
Yeah.
technology, more hand drawn, more of the artist's hand, because um, people will crave that. If everything is like AI, they'll start to crave like the
Hmm.
handmade, the human touch.
You can feel it.
Yeah.
I I've been doing like research for stuff online, and the amount of AI articles I have to sift through now that say like the same thing repetitively, like I whatever technology is going to advance and everything, I
Mhm.
could tell it's right there, like it
Yeah.
feels disrespectful to me.
Yeah.
I don't want to read your slop, man. Um, yeah. Uh, yeah, I don't know. It's like people can feel it, like people want to like appreciate people's individual experiences and just artwork created from the soul and stuff. Like, they can feel it.
Yeah. Yeah. We see it like we were doing like the super polished CG look for so long. And now we're um making stuff like Arcane and Spider-Verse and things that are more the artist's like actual painting is on the screen.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Uh,
exciting.
seeing AI used in studios too, and it's like one part new technology threatening to your job. So there's a lot of mixed emotions there. Um, and when AI was being poured into the project, I felt I was a bit like newer, so I don't know how I would if I would like change today or something. Um, but there became like a lack of energy in the team or something. Uh, it felt depressing very quick. Um, and so everybody just kind of quit, like just one by one. Uh, and I think about that a lot. Like I don't know, even if it hypothetically is more productive on paper, I don't know if the way it affects your psychology makes you, the controller, less productive.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if it's like just a huge ego problem and need to get over it. I don't know.
No, I would that makes sense. I would imagine like trying to put myself in that situation. Like if I did a painting and then my art director was like, "Oh, we want to change this, this, and this. Maybe change the colors. But don't worry about it. I'll just do it quickly in AI or something." I'd be like,
Yeah,
okay. It'd be kind of unmotivating. I'd be like, why am I even here then?
yeah, yeah. So that's my only experience with it so far in a professional setting.
Yeah.
Um, who knows if I run into it again, maybe my thought will change or something.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Do you know what happened? Do you know what happened after a lot of people quit? Did they change or did they just hire new people?
Um, I don't know anything.
Oh,
Yeah. I don't want to get like too specific about,
yeah, yeah, you don't.
yeah. Yeah, shouldn't get too specific on that.
Yeah.
Um,
Um,
yeah.
cool. Did you have any other questions?
Yeah, I did. Um,
Awesome.
okay. Just pick a good one. All right, this kind of uh relates to that kind of in a not fully, but are there times where you've served or sort of submitted or trusted other people's ideas um and felt rewarded or hurt by the experience? Like, did you like someone comes to you with ideas and you either don't think they'll work or you do think they'll work, but either way, like you're very trusting of them and their process. Um, yeah.
Yeah. Um, that reminds me of an experience I had. Um, I was on a movie. I signed on to a movie with like just an amazing art team and production designer and um yeah, just all these people that I had so much respect for as artists
Mm,
and visual storytellers and everything um and then they ended up changing the production designer to a guy that I don't know. I didn't know.
mm,
And I saw his work and it was not it was not in line with the things that for me make art beautiful.
yeah.
Um it was like I know he's a great artist, but he's just somewhere like way out here. It's like not the kind of art that I like or want to do or anything. Um so
Hmm.
now I was working with that person and I was like, I don't even like this guy's art. Like he's a nice person and everything and um I'm gonna just give it my best shot.
Yeah.
So when he was since he was my new boss, he'd tell me to like he'd be like, "Oh, paint this." And then he'd give me like a layout or something to paint. And since I don't agree with him on like the fundamentals, like he'd give
Hmm.
me a layout and for to me it was like a horrible composition. Everything was kind of
Hmm.
all the shapes were kind of like evenly placed. It's like everything that I wouldn't do in a shot. And then he asked
Uh,
me to paint it. I'm like, I can't even like,
hmm.
how can I paint this? It's not gonna,
Yeah. Doesn't make sense to you.
yeah. So I tried to trust him. I was like, he's my production designer. Maybe he must know
Hmm.
something I don't know. Or so I just tried my best and it was it was horrible. Like I just couldn't do it. And then the director could tell that something was off. He
Yeah.
because I've been killing it like the whole movie, and then the director all of a sudden like I'm making like shitty artwork, and he called me and he was like, Zach, you doing okay? Like what's going on? Which is super nice of the director to do that and to care.
Yeah.
So I explained a little bit. I was like, oh man, claws, this thing just
The
climbed
cat
up
got
me.
you.
Yeah. Used me as like a cat tree.
Your new director.
Yeah. He's like, pay attention. Um, yeah, the director called me and he was like, what's going on? I was like, yeah, I'm struggling. Like they're giving me these horrible compositions to paint, like telling me to use colors um that are not part of my sensibilities at all. Um, yeah, and that I think that was a case where I tried my best. I tried to like trust
Hmm.
the new direction and stuff and I just wasn't vibing. I just
Yeah.
couldn't get it. It was like totally different. Um it's like putting me into taking me from Spider-Verse and then putting me into um like a like a like a Nick Jr. TV show or something. Like I
Yeah.
just
Just
wouldn't,
different.
yeah, it's like I would need. Yeah. So yeah, I ended up leaving that project because I was like, you are better off having someone that fits your like visual
Yeah.
full style. Um,
Yeah, that makes sense.
how
Cat
about
toy.
yeah? This is a
Um,
crazy hour. How about you?
yeah, I've had quite a lot of trouble. I can't think of a specific instance, but I feel like I'm always and I think it comes with experience, like being more bold with experience.
Mhm.
Um, so man, I can't think of exact moments, but at Squanch, I definitely like was definitely on fire, doing as much work as I could. Um, and so it did lead to a lot of opinions on how things can go and how things can be. Um, and the director would throw pretty hard curveballs, because he would let me go free basically and explore a lot, and then he'd throw a curveball, and it was pretty fun to be like receptive to that and try to work with it.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I still I still have a tough time with communication. Um, I think you're a pretty quiet dude. How, like how are you how are you pitching your ideas? How are you selling them? How often are you talking to your team? I know there's a lot of questions, but like how much of your concepts do you explain and how much do you just show it and hope that they get it? Um,
Yeah, I go by the
I don't know.
rule of if you have to talk during an art review, then you didn't paint it good enough.
Yeah,
Um,
okay.
so when I get an assignment, I think about how am I going to pitch this new location visually. I don't
Mm,
want to have to talk through like my slides. I just want to like show the images. I might say a couple words. Um,
yeah,
be like, oh, I was thinking they enter through this place. Next slide, they show up here. Some interaction can happen, like just very minimal.
yeah,
Um, because it has to work visually, it has to make sense visually. So if it doesn't read and it takes over explaining, then I think you need to figure out a way to show that uh yeah, to show that in a sketch, in a drawing, in a painting. Um,
yeah,
I've I've told the story many times because it's great example of what not to do. But I had an art director who would spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes before he got to his artwork, just like talking about what he was about to show.
right.
And then you get to the painting, and then it's like it's underwhelming because he's been like hyping up this art, and then you get to it and you're
Yeah,
like, okay, just
yeah,
instead of doing all that explaining, just show us a few more sketches or something.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good information.
Mhm.
Cool.
Yeah. And it's like when people do a portfolio, you should have no text in your portfolio. If you have to make a couple notes here and there,
Yeah.
that's cool.
No one's
Like
gonna
you
read it.
Yeah, they're gonna know if they're gonna hire you in the first like image they look at. If you have a cool first
Yeah.
image, they'll be like, "Oh, that's awesome. Let's look at the next one." Oh, cool.
You might
Um,
as well just write like a bunch of gibberish and some arrows pointing at stuff.
yeah,
'Cause that looks pretty cool.
yeah. It makes you look a little smarter, maybe. You're like, oh, there's some
Yeah.
thought process behind this.
Yeah. Because yeah, no one reads it.
Mhm. When you pitch like a location, like they launch you on a location, you do a bunch of art.
Yeah.
Um, how does you like pitching that to the directors go?
Um, depends what I'm doing. If I'm working in virtual reality, uh, I'll walk them through it and sort of stream the thought process and block out ideas.
So they can
Um,
see like the video of you like moving through.
yeah,
That's
and I have
awesome.
to like streamline this process better because sometimes my internet chops out or something. Doesn't
Yeah.
make the presentation look good.
Yeah.
Um,
You could record it beforehand.
yeah, yeah, I think that's the move moving forward.
Mhm.
Um, all I feel like a lot of my processes and stuff, it's like all been sort of triangulating, but it hasn't hit like this mark of like um it's not at the top of the triangle. All these processes, like I tie them together in the end, but I need to hit like that end point to make it all uh drive home better
Hmm.
because that's what I suck at. I kind of suck at communicating right now.
Like
Trying
kind
to
of
work on it.
getting to like the finished piece that tells what you really want it to tell.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm asking these questions.
I try to get there as fast as I can. That's
Yeah,
why my paintings are like sketchy and
yeah,
messy. 'Cause I have all these ideas that I want to explore. And then how do I do it like efficiently?
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Your work's awesome.
Thank you. Sometimes I do one. That's okay.
Um, yeah, okay. I think that was my one of my other questions. Are there times where you fought for your own ideas? How have you handled these experiences when you feel passionate for one?
Oh yeah.
So I think that was that.
Yeah.
Um,
I do have something I can add to that is
yeah.
um, you're launched on an assignment. You I try to give many options. So I do the options that I think the directors like. I
Mm-hmm.
do, and then or I might do a couple variations on what I'm pretty sure the directors want. And then if I have some crazy ideas that deviate a bit from that,
Mm-hmm.
um, then I'll do those as well. So, um,
Mm-hmm.
it's if I feel strongly about something, I'll at least show it. Um,
Yeah.
so
Do
yeah,
you do you work extra hard for that, or do you fit that into your schedule?
I fit that into my schedule. The
Mm-hmm.
only time I work a little extra is if I have a bad couple days, like because as a
Yeah.
you're trying to be creative, you can't be 100% all the time. So if I get to the end of the week, I'm like, oh, I've done not enough, then I'll
Yeah.
spend some time on Sunday and um I'll do a little extra. Like today, I'm gonna do a little extra because I had a couple bad days last week. Um,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, just
Cool.
because I want the studio to feel like, oh, it's very worth it to to pay me because they're getting like I want them to be
Yeah.
like happy that I'm on the project. I want them to be like,
You're
um,
dragging your feet,
yeah, yeah,
and yeah, yeah. You don't want to be a sandbag.
yeah. Because
At all.
if you're the one dragging your feet on a project, you'll get let go first. You'll be the first one to not have your contract renewed.
Yeah.
Um, and that travels very fast in the industry. So if you do that on a couple of movies, you're pretty much not going to get work. Um,
Yeah.
but if you're known as, one of the better artists on every project that you're on, then you'll have tons of work.
Yeah. Cool. Um. Okay. Sorry. Just looking at my questions.
Yeah, no worries. I'll play with this cat. It's attacking me. His little claws are sharp. Anything that moves, it gets attacked.
Um, oh, back to like games and movies for
Hmm.
a second. Do you think that the film and game industries are creating artworks that you like or enjoy or want to see?
Once in a while. Um,
Yeah.
Mostly probably like 90% of it, no. Um,
Hmm. Has it always been that way?
no. Like early in when I got into animation and like before that, I would watch like every animated movie,
Hmm.
kind of like for research and to see what they're doing. Um,
Yeah.
Now I just I'll try to watch like the latest like Netflix movie that comes out, and a lot of times I get 10 minutes in and then I turn it off. I'm like, I don't want to watch this.
Yeah.
Like
Is it? Oh, why do you think that is?
um one of the latest Netflix ones, it was just so obnoxious. I
Mm,
just couldn't. I was like, this is making me feel stupid. Um,
it's sick.
yeah, it's like it's so obnoxious. It's like not like I have no connection to the character.
Mm,
That's been my main issue with a lot of the movies. I feel no connection to the character. It's always like
mm,
um some guy who's like crying about his problems, or like
mm,
some um like obnoxious girl. um yeah, it's like I don't relate to that. Like I want to see an inspirational character. I don't want to see
yeah,
like a Gen Z TikTok like a therapy session. uh
yeah.
yeah, that's
Do
my
you think?
controversial take.
No, for sure. It's no. I appreciate you saying it because to be honest, I think a lot of people are feeling it. But I'm not sure if it's either one just kind of growing older
That's
and
definitely part of it.
yeah, just getting a little bit older, maybe a little out of touch. I don't know. Um,
But did you see Inside Out too?
no, not yet. I've been looking forward to it. I like
Yeah.
the first one.
Yeah, I thought the first one was
Um,
okay. I didn't have much interest in seeing the second one, but we went to see it, and that it was written so well. Like I felt so
really?
like, connected to this main character, Riley, I think.
Mm,
Um, like she was so relatable. It's a girl like going through her like teenage hormones and stuff like that. Obviously, I didn't have that experience, but
yeah,
um, seeing her, they just made her character so well written and great story. And I had like a tear in my eye at one point. Like it was great. I was like, so
yeah,
we can do it. It just
yeah,
I think that's a great example of, it doesn't, you don't have to make like a teenage boy movie for 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 us to like. It just has to be a
yeah,
well-written character.
yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll look forward to watching that
Yeah. Let me know
because
what you think.
for sure.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I've definitely slowed down on watching and like just consuming uh either
Mhm.
movies or playing video games.
Yeah.
Um, and what I noticed like when I came back to the East Coast is that no one that I'm around, they don't like anything. They fully stopped watching movies.
Wow.
Yeah, like and uh they're actually a lot of people completely think that. um Hollywood is like just against them,
Hmm.
just fully, uh, like attacking them is what some people here believe.
Yeah, because they
Um,
every chance they get, a lot of these studios will put in some of their like political views or
yeah,
things like that, and they forget that half the country doesn't think that way. Whether you think you're right or wrong, like don't there's different views on this on different subjects, and why alienate half your audience? You know, you do
yeah,
that a couple times, people are gonna not see another movie by that studio.
yeah, yeah. And so that's been pretty sad to see. I love movies. You don't always get the chance to like travel. You don't always get the chance to like experience a lot of things and uh or just open your mind to like new experiences or new places. And these are like the cheapest sort of outlet that you can get. Like almost everybody has access to a TV or something. So
Yeah, a
yeah,
little
that
escape, a little adventure,
yeah.
transported into a new world for a couple hours. Yeah, we gotta get back to that.
I always think about Treasure Planet.
Dude,
Um
me too.
yeah.
Wow, I'm glad I'm not the only one. Because when when you get hired at Disney, they ask you what your favorite Disney movies are, and I was like
If you say
Treasure.
that, oh okay.
Yeah, I said Treasure Planet, Atlantis, Lilo and Stitch, um, and
Great movies.
everyone was like freaking out. They're like, "What? No, those are not like we don't like." They're trying to like
That's what
hide
I was gonna
those
say. Did
movies.
they like turn you away?
They almost like my first day, they almost kicked me out for saying that. Um,
Oh my gosh.
but I was like, "Dude, those movies, like as a kid, those are such creative worlds. Like I just love that like adventure story.
Yeah.
Um, Now I think Disney puts more of the effort into like the princess musicals, because like the success with Frozen and stuff like that. But
Yeah.
um, uh, yeah, yeah, like the young boys, they're gonna gravitate more towards like some like cool like crazy adventure. Like I think
Yeah.
Tangled was a good like mix. I think Tangled was a musical,
Yeah,
but
I like Tangled quite a bit.
yeah, it was also a great just adventure story. So
Yeah. I well, I
we had to get one of those in there at least.
yeah, been talking a while. Um gosh, yeah. I'll see Inside Out too. I think I've been overall like a bit cynical or like pessimistic about um some recent trends, but never want to like completely remove like optimism and hope that that movies and games will keep getting better.
Yeah.
Just um yeah.
Yeah. Pixar's kind of been disappointing me for the past 10 years. Like once in a while there's a movie that I enjoy, but I felt like they've been struggling, and then with Inside Out too, I was like, oh, they found it again.
That's sick.
Yeah.
I just finished reading Creativity Inc. and
Oh,
I read like the first half in 2023 and then just picked it up again to finish it finally.
it's
Pretty damn
awesome.
good book.
It's on my
Very
list.
inspiring. You'll like it. It's cool. The first part is all about like technology and like Ed Catmull and developing all these technologies for video creation, animation. And then the second half is all business, like working with Steve Jobs and um
Oh, I did read
creating
that.
that.
I was thinking of a different book. I
Yeah.
did read it. Yeah, it was
Ah,
awesome.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, just because that he talked about something in that book that drove me absolutely crazy, and it like I don't know, it's has nothing to do with my job, really, but just creating workspaces and opportunities that lead to the most creative fulfillment. I feel like pretty obsessed about it. Or just like the idea of it. Maybe it has to do with map making and whatnot, but um like map making and philosophies and yeah, he does a good job of just like walking through some of the ways that Pixar was set up architecturally, so that people can feel free. I
Yeah.
like that.
It's very inspiring, especially if you're like for me, I work with like small teams of artists, and I want to get the best from every artist. I want everyone to be happy and fulfilled, and yeah, book was really great, inspiring, and it was really cool to see like why Pixar just killed it in the beginning. Are you frozen? Justin. Justin might have froze. All right, you froze for a second, but you're back.
Yeah,
Cool.
about that.
No worries.
You're mentioning about working with small teams.
Oh yeah, just Creativity Inc. It's it's great to see how Pixar started, and it's helpful for me because when I work with a small team of artists, I want
Hmm.
everyone to be happy and fulfilled, and um uh you know doing their best work. So yeah,
Yeah,
great book.
yeah, good book. Um, okay, another question. Um, have you ever pursued anything that at the time felt meaningless, but in reflection had much larger impacts than you could have guessed? And that can apply to like either art or life or
Um, I don't I don't think I don't think so. If I pursue something, I want to make sure that I want to put time and effort into it. I want to make sure that it's thought out, and um, it's going to get me somewhere. It's going to benefit me in some way. Um, thinking like there are some like tools maybe that I've pursued that I didn't think were meaningless, but they turned out to be kind of meaningless. Like some 3D stuff I was pursuing. I
yeah,
was like
I
spending
can
this
relate to
time
that.
learning this stuff, and then like I never use it. It's like, wow, I spent like 2 months learning how to like render beautiful things in Blender. It's like I'm never gonna do that. I'm a painter. Like why like,
Yeah,
you get sucked into like some of these like programs and stuff. You want to like learn everything. But, you have to, what I learned through that is like keep in mind what your end goal is. And for me to be the best painter that I possibly can be. So spending too much time in 3D is a waste.
oh, okay.
Build something, know the basics of 3D to just give me another tool to help me sketch and whatever. Sketch, generate ideas, come up with camera angles, but then get the heck out of 3D and get back to painting. Uh,
So you're very like just headstrong on you have this vision and everything towards that vision.
yeah,
That's
because
cool.
if you want to be like the 1% of anything,
Yeah.
you have to be super focused on that. Like the best athletes in the world, like they're not like um you know doing practicing basketball 3 days a week and then practicing swimming 2 days a week. They're
Yeah.
just
So
100%
after,
into
yeah,
basketball.
because you never know, after the court might join the Olympics for swimming. Yeah, who
Yeah.
knows?
Yeah.
I get it. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've always been a little bit more like open-minded for I because I feel like when I was younger, um I could only see like one road to fulfillment or something. Um and as like opportunities sort of grow and there's just different avenues to take or something, I guess I think about them often.
Yeah.
Um what like just stuff you never thought was possible or something. Like I never thought when I joined FCD, I only did character designs. I was obsessed with either drawing like monsters or like these I'll send you the work after because it's like I think you'll find it interesting. Um but it's like either monsters or characters, swords. And sci-fi was just totally out of comprehension. Even I went to FCD and they forced me to draw environments. Didn't force, but you had to if you wanted to stay in school.
Mhm.
Um, and I learned to just like I learned to love environment making. And then furthermore, when like Squanch hired me, I was working on translating like archaeological blueprints of stuff like Athens or Rome, and I was rebuilding them, uh, and just making all these cities for this TV show. I'd never touched sci-fi before that ever, and so I have no clue why they even entertained talking with me. But I remember before the job, I was like, okay, shoot, I need to draw sci-fi, so I need to learn it real quick, and I just started drawing as much sci-fi as I could, and it turned out like awesome. Now I love sci-fi stuff. So I feel like there's like always something that is kind of changing my path, and I feel like pretty open to it. Now like, and even at Squanch, like later on, I started working in virtual reality and started dabbling in map making and level design and stuff, throwing the map into Unreal Engine and being able to play around in it. Um, using all the prototype functions and everything that the designers were working on, and that was just such a joy. Like, uh, so I just, yeah, I don't know, been pretty open for that stuff.
Yeah, that's really cool. um I'm always a bit jealous of some people who are more of a generalist and they can create something that looks like a whole team created it. So I'm
Yeah,
always kind of like fighting that. It's like, oh, do I want to like get into learning this other stuff, or do I want to just stick to painting what I'm um yeah, I think I
there's
might dip my toe in, as time goes.
yeah. Now you're corrupted,
Yeah. Yeah.
corrupted path.
Yeah. The
Um,
the I
I
think
know.
Go ahead.
Sorry. I know some nutcases that have switched like entirely from art to like coding or something, but they retain the art, you
Uh-huh.
know, and they throw it in the code, and now they're making stuff like just because they're geniuses, and like you said, it's like an entire team in one person.
Yeah.
They have their toes in every body of water, you know. It's
Yeah.
sick.
Yeah.
They're also nuts.
Yeah. And also That's all. That's you can't do anything else in life. You're just like in your room, just like doing this stuff. I feel like.
That that's what I've seen. I don't know if that's what's required yet or not, but yeah.
Yeah. Because I'm kind of thinking now, like I used to be like that, just work 14 hours a day, just, cut myself
Mhm.
out. But now I'm realizing that um, being a good painter, a good color artist, that only gets you so far. Having life experiences, um,
Yeah.
putting that personality into your work, that's more important now. Like you get
Yeah.
good enough at art, like um I don't want anyone to take that the wrong way. Like you're never good enough. There's always something to improve on and get better at.
Yeah.
Um, but a huge part of being a great artist is taking personal experiences and putting them into your work, and then you have more of a story to tell. You have more personality to you. When someone looks at your work, they're like, "Oh, it's a person who's had interesting experiences in life."
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I think you need to get outside. That kind of leads into another question I have is how much of your life relies on your computer and do you ever dream of a life offline? Um,
Um, yeah, a huge portion of my life revolves around my computer. When I first moved up here, there
mhm.
was no internet and no cell service, and I felt so isolated and alone. And
Sounds blissful.
yeah, it
Some
was,
part of it.
yeah, it felt incredible for like a day. And then I was like, started getting these thoughts in my head. I was like, what if I fall off this ladder and I break my legs and I can't move? Like no one would know for like maybe in a week
Mm,
someone would come and
That
check on me.
that mountain lion that's been watching you, he'll know.
Oh yeah, they'll have a good dinner.
Yeah.
Uh um but yeah, so much revolves around the computer and I'm not if I find myself getting too sucked into like social media or something, like I have a
Mhm.
good gauge in that. I'm like, okay, I need to cut back on that. I'm not going to let myself get too sucked into online. So I've never struggled with that kind of stuff. Um, so it never becomes like an addiction where I'm like checking Instagram all day long. When I do
Yeah.
like a trip, when I'm hanging out with friends, I'm cut off from that completely. So that's kind of like, just getting away from it. And I like that. Um, yeah, so for me it's not an issue and I don't think I ever have to like cut it off completely or anything like that.
Yeah. I agree.
Um,
I think
sh-
like
shoot, I'm sorry. There's a water my guy fixing the water is here. Uh
yeah, no worries.
so I'm so sorry. I'll touch base with you later. So don't wait for me. Don't wait for me. Just go
Okay,
enjoy
okay, okay.
enjoy your day, and we'll wrap it up in the
All
next
right,
session.
cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, third time's the charm then.
yeah.
I only have like two questions left or so. So,
Oh,
uh
let's pause. All right, we're back.
okay.
I'm all good. There's
Sweet.
no rush or anything.
Ah, okay. Awesome. Okay. So, um how do you enjoy gaining new knowledge? Like do you have go-to methods? Is it a high priority? Um,
Yeah, very high priority. I definitely take a class once in a while. Um, yeah, maybe once a year I'll take a new class. That's about all I have time for, and then I can kind of like
Hmm.
digest that new information over the few months.
I guess
Reading,
through podcasts,
yeah, definitely
talking to people.
through podcasts, kind of thinking differently, expanding my mind, ways of kind of creating or getting into that creative space, I guess. Um,
Yeah, I'm guessing like working on your cabin and all that. That's just like new knowledge every day. I'm sure.
yeah, I'm definitely becoming more self-sufficient. Uh, like if that when that earthquake hits LA,
That's scary.
yeah, you know,
There was an earthquake the other day. I saw
oh yeah,
Pasadena.
yep, yeah, everyone was talking about that.
That's scary.
Um, yeah, like being in a city like that, like knowing that you're fully reliant on this system, it's kind of cool knowing I'm fully self-sufficient out here. Like
Yeah,
if the world goes to shit, I still have solar power and Starlink and water and um, you know,
yeah,
yeah,
I agree. Being self-sufficient is cool. Very
yeah.
cool. Um, cool. Um, okay. Have you ever, because I just read a book called Man and His Symbols, and it made me start recording my dreams, like to write them down and take a more deeper look into them or something. So I was wondering if you had any interesting dreams that changed your life.
Um, no, uh, I don't. Like I don't have I know we have dreams, we just don't like remember them. So I just don't remember any of my dreams. It'll be maybe
Okay,
once a year I'll remember a dream and it'll be very vivid, but it's nothing creative or anything like that. It's just like normal life. And sometimes it
interesting.
freaks me out because I'll be like I'll wonder if it actually happened. Like like my past dream, um I had a falling out with someone I worked with in real life, and then in my dream, he texted me, and then we got on the same page, and
All
we were
good.
like, yeah, we're all good. But it was so, and at the same time, I changed my new phone number. I got a new phone or something. Um, so I like lost text messages. So I was like, did he hit me back? And because in my dream, I was like, oh, I'll get to that text in a couple days. So I never
Hmm.
texted him back. I don't know if he actually texted me.
Could
Um,
have.
yeah,
A theory in that book said that sometimes like dreams come true. Like
yeah,
um I thought that was weird. It's a cool thought. I know that's like a popular saying for us today, like, oh, like dreams come true and stuff, but like for it to actually happen, in like the idea of it actually happening is interesting. Um
yeah.
I dreamed the other day um that I bought two houses like across the street from each other. And one was like this modern contemporary house, and the other was this uh like American sort of, it's not a duplex, but it's just like a single house, like um kind of like close to the one I had as a in my childhood. And both like looked out onto a field and stuff. Um and I lived in the normal house, the non-contemporary house, and I knew I had both houses, but like crossing the street and walking into the other one, felt like a chore, I never did it. Like I never walked over because it felt like so strenuous or something. So I had my workstation in my normal house and everything. And I made the first floor into a shop, and I put up like signs all around town or something to say like my shop's open. When it opened, there's nothing in it, and people were upset. And then there's another man, an old man, who had another art shop or something, and he was worried that I was going to take all his business or something. And I told all the customers, talk to that guy. Like, and then he was like happy.
Wow. That's so
Uh,
weird.
it's a weird one. Yeah,
So, do you dream pretty frequently?
I think so.
Mhm.
But I just started like writing them down. So I have I think there's like a handful of ones that I remember like recurring uh growing up and stuff, but um
It's really
I
cool.
like you know if you don't like write them down or something right after you wake up, they're fleeting, they're gone.
Mhm.
Um and the book just made it so appealing to just try and check it out, try and look more deeper into it. There was like one quote in it that mentioned um like people asking like why does God not talk to me anymore? Like why doesn't God talk to us anymore? And the book talked about how um in today's society we're kind of taught to like almost mock dreams or not treat them with any kind of seriousness, or we're too busy to kind of look into them and attach symbolism to them and meaning.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I thought it was interesting.
Did
Just
you
wanted to try it out.
study? Yeah. Did you study how to like remember dreams, or did you like look into like, oh, waking up having like a dream journal, like did you how'd you get into this? Or did you just stumble
Um,
up upon it through your own experience?
yeah, just stumbled. Yeah, I
It's cool.
think I was trying to read books relevant to the projects that I'm working on too.
Hmm.
Um, so kind of relevant. Um, I like the idea of like the subconscious, and uh Carl Jung was a big explorer of it, and I haven't cracked open his work yet. And this book was meant to be a very easy introduction to his work. So, uh,
Yeah, I know
time
Carl's
to read
an
it.
interesting person. He's inspired a lot of like great thinkers today. Um, I want to dive into that a little bit, but I feel like I might be too dumb. Like,
That's that's how I felt until I like read it.
uh
And it wasn't as intimidating as I thought.
okay,
And I felt like even if you grasp some of the information, I always think of this quote: half-assing something is better than no-assing it, you know?
that's funny.
Um, so even just like retaining a little bit, hopefully it's not creating a mockery of it, you know, misinterpreting it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
and I'm sure it's something like you read it, you get a little bit from it, and then maybe you reread it years later, get more from
Yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly. Um, yeah, so and then I was wondering if you had any you shared like a story about you and your treehouse earlier,
Mhm.
and I had a question. Do you have any core nostalgic childhood stories of adventure or imagination that you like to reminisce about, bringing nostalgia? And we can end on this question maybe.
Yeah. Um, yeah, something I've talked about this a little bit in like past things, but like I love in high school especially exploring new places and taking photos. I'm like taking I did photography in high school. They had a good photography class. So that was kind of my that really inspired me to like go and seek out these interesting areas.
Mm,
And In the next town over, there was an abandoned cement factory, and it's pretty run down. But it was this huge factory with multiple buildings. They were like probably like 20 story, no, not 20, maybe yeah, maybe like 10 stories tall.
wow,
Um
okay.
and So it was abandoned, overgrown. They kind of put up some fences around it, but like I would sneak in there. Um Sometimes I'd go with friends or something. We'd ride our bikes there,
Hmm.
and we'd park somewhere where like people wouldn't notice that we're going in, and then
Yeah.
we'd walk in there, and yeah, just go around taking photos. And if you go into the factory, there's these metal staircases, and like sections of the staircase would be like missing, so you'd have to like
Hmm.
climb up and then like try to climb over the missing sections. And It's pretty scary because that it's like rusted, like it could fall down at any moment. And
Yeah.
But I'd get up to the top, and you'd look over and you'd have this awesome view of like the factory and like the nearby town and stuff. Um, and then there's a metal um a metal like a metal something sticking out of the side of the building, like at the very top of the main factory, and there's a noose hanging from it.
Oh man.
I'm sure someone just like put it up there as like,
Yeah.
you know,
Like another teenager.
yeah. Um, but
What it
yeah,
makes you think.
yeah, it's like what happened? Like I'm sure there's some crazy stuff that happens in these like abandoned places. Um,
Yeah.
but yeah,
That's
I
crazy.
love exploring that stuff, seeing what I could find, like having some danger. And um, I remember one point someone probably saw us go in there or something, and then like shortly after, police came, and
You had to hide.
we'd run somewhere because we'd hear the police cars coming from like the other side. So it's like they're not gonna
Hmm.
be able to like catch us. So we'd just run the opposite direction, sneak our way out, and we never got caught or anything. But
Man, that's a
yeah,
good time. That's
yeah.
so like symbol heavy too. Um, that's cool. Uh, the
Do you have
idea. I was just gonna say like the idea of the top of this concrete tower, like where misplaced steps could kill or maim you, give you tetanus.
yeah, yeah,
uh, like on the top of it, on one side you found like vastness of everything, and on the other side like a symbol of death.
yeah,
That's kind of cool.
yeah. That that is interesting. Do
I
you
remember being
sorry, I keep
kind of something like related to that. It's like I remember being in like the rafters of a half built building,
mm,
um like also exploring just construction sites and whatnot. um and my friends and I, we were all in the rafters, like with there's no ceiling, and to get into this building you had to wall run up the windows and like pull yourself up through the ceiling to get
nice.
inside of it. And I remember like there was like cops came, just like walking below us, and they never looked up, and we were just like what, like, and practically made a fort in the ceiling of this place. um
It's
and
awesome.
it was crazy, just like the like the fear, the adrenaline, the like like oh man, like how screwed are we actually? You know, something that goes from like pretty innocent to like, oh shoot.
Yeah.
um but the story I had in mind was when I was a kid, I had like a group of two other friends, still lifelong friends. And the world seems so much bigger when you're small. You know what I mean? Uh so one day we went on this whole adventure of walking across the whole neighborhood. Um like I said, it seems so much bigger when you're a kid.
Yeah.
And like crossing this stream, and you follow the stream, and then you go through these woods, and it's not like just the woods, it's like the big kid woods, where they built like biking trails and like ramps and stuff. You're not supposed to go there because it's dangerous, you know.
Yeah.
And you walk past that, and you get to like this little pond under the train tracks. And of course it's not a pond, it's a little sewage drain. Like, and, and we found these like magical rocks, beautiful magical rocks.
Mhm.
And we were going to be rich, man. Absolutely rich. They're so pretty. Great rocks. Couldn't imagine what gemstones were inside. And so we returned, this time with backpacks, and we filled up our backpacks in as many bags as we could with these rocks and brought them home. Showed them to my father. He's like, "Yeah, these are broken marble counters."
Oh,
someone someone threw in the trash. Like someone was just, like
wow.
it was a little sewer thing. It's just throwing. But it's just to me it's so cool, like how you can, like there's so much magic when you're a kid. Like you kind of can think anything can be anything.
Yeah.
You never think of someone just like chucking counters off off
Yeah.
the side of a railroad because they don't want to pay for the cleanup.
Yeah. Man. Yeah, that
So
story like brings me back to childhood, just doing stuff like that. That's
spent the whole day doing that.
yeah. Doing this back-breaking labor for oh, it's just trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't imagine for my dad. It's like, what the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah.
you know. But for us, it was like the Goonies, like on a whole adventure, found
Yeah.
treasure, brought it back.
Yeah. Oh, that movie was
Yeah,
great.
yeah. So cool.
Um, dude, let's wrap it up.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was super great to just like have a long conversation with you and get to know you. And
yeah,
yeah, thanks for, sharing everything. And yeah,
absolutely.
it's really
It's
awesome.
yeah, genuinely, it's a pleasure to get the chance to like talk to you for a long time. Every time we meet up and everything, there's usually a lot of people, and I think we're both on the quieter end usually.
So we
So
just we just stand to the back and listen.
yeah, and I've always like wanted to sit there and like talk and ask questions and stuff. Everyone else is talking, so I'm just like, eh.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah,
I've realized through this, we have so many similarities, like the way we grew up and like everything. So it's pretty cool.
yeah, yeah. Your concrete building, that's it's the Rust Belt. It's
Yeah.
like exploring all those abandoned architectures. And yeah, I think that's something a lot of people in the Northeast can relate to.
Mhm.
Um, because there's so many of these like old factories. They impacted you. They impacted me for sure too. So it's cool to
Yeah. We
hear
both
about.
have that
Um,
sense of adventure in our art that came from our childhood. That's so it's
yeah.
pretty cool.
Um, Also, yeah, I wanted to thank you. I feel like I've been wanting to talk about so much stuff for so long. Uh, I don't talk to many people, to be honest. And so like I've been just like itching to say so much. So I'm like pretty appreciative that, uh to act like that you ask these questions and I'm able to answer them.
Oh,
And likewise, I'm so happy to like get to ask questions I've always wanted to ask you.
oh,
Um,
yeah,
so yeah,
yeah,
the
yeah.
industry
That's
events, they go so quick, man.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And I do, I do this podcast like mostly just for myself because I want to have like conversations with you and some of my other friends I don't get to talk to all the time. And then I was like, I would just do this privately. Like I may as well record it, put it out there
Yeah,
because it'll help other people hearing different experiences and yeah, so
I think it's so awesome that the tone that you set. I've watched every single one of the podcasts that you've put out before.
oh,
Um, yeah, they're great. They're great. It's like people authentically talking about their experiences in the industry so far. Everyone's at a different like place in their career,
mhm,
and they have their own opinions. And it sounds like everyone's being pretty authentic and sharing them, and that's amazing because I think other places in the industry, a lot of people are pretty suppressed, pretty reserved, um, and it's just cool to hear more authenticity. That I don't know what it is about your disposition, but it seems like it gives room for that.
yeah.
So
Some people are scared to talk to me because they're scared of the questions I'll ask or like they're scared of like opening up a little bit. It's
yeah,
kind of interesting.
I don't want to live in the opposite world.
Yeah,
So thanks for putting this together.
yeah, of course. Um, yeah, man, I'll send me the links to social media and stuff. I'll post them in the description so everyone can follow you and everything. And yeah, anything else?
No, just thank you, man.
Yeah, very welcome.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
again.
Um, well, yeah, so great. I can't wait to see you in a couple months.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah. All right, dude.
We
Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
have a good one, Zach.
See
Thanks.
ya.